And I really...
And what do you think? And what about the path? But the path itself is something, right?
So it says path. I'm translating into path. It says tariqat, meaning the path of the mystic, like the way. Yeah. Right. But yeah. So it remains with that. It says the only thing that remains is how you are, your perception, something like that. But yes, so I really like that. But I wanted to see what you think about it. And you think the path by itself is something. Yes.
Does the tradition contain anything that says there is nothing other than God?
Yeah, that's a la.
Yeah.
The first way.
That is, there is no God other than God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they mean that
to say that there is nothing. Ein od milvado.
I think the last part is similar to that, but instead of but only God, it says but only the path. Also in Judaism we have something that says this.
Yeah, I mean, again, not exactly, but but similar. And that's, I think, what Jonathan is also alluding to. There's different levels. I mean, there's both the philosophical approach and the mystical approach. The philosophical approach is that how do we describe God, or even our relationship with God? And in that sense, some medieval philosophers said it's like you're saying via negativa, as they say it in Latin, negation, that God is not, right? Meaning that God, like, for example, God, we don't say God is wise, because then we're giving God a specific attribute. But what we do say is God is not wise. All right. So because God is all inclusive. So the way we describe it is not in a direct one-one correspondence way, because then then we are sort of extrapolating our notion of knowledge or intelligence and saying, oh, so God's is only bigger. And that's not the point. The point is it's a wholly different order. So there's that. So it's known as in Hebrew yediyat hashlila, knowing through negation. But then for example, the Rambam, Maimonides would say even that you cannot say, because then you're still saying that there is still some relation, even albeit via negativa. So therefore they say the only way we could relate and describe God is shlilat hashila, to negate the negation. Right? Something like similar.
Is that shvilat as in shvil, pathway?
Shlila with a lamed.
Oh, shlila. Okay.
Right, to negate, right. So, excuse me.
Over here.
Yeah, my computer is also a little slow, so it's taking a while to get up onto Facebook. So.
By the way, we also say, sovev kol mamale kol olmin, v'sovev kol olmin, umi baladecha en shum mitziut klal. Filling all worlds, and at the same time surrounding all worlds. And other than you, there is no existence whatsoever.
Right. And in fact, in a way, I mean, there are actual terms like this, but that's one of the innovation, chidushim, like the unique things that Chassidus brought to the picture, is to, that's the whole point of the second part of Tanya, of the Alter Rebbe. It's not just that there is no other God but God, but there is no existence other than God. That if God would leave existence, everything would disappear. So then in in the mystical teachings and Chassidus also, there are different levels. Most specifically, there's like Ein Od Milvado. Like we said, there's no other but him. But then even higher than that is just to say Ein Od. There's nothing, because even Milvado is still giving it a relational twist. We say every more in the Shabbat services after Yishtabach, Ein Arach L'cha Hashem Elokeinu V'Elam Hazev, Ein Zulas L'Chamakinu V'Elam Haba, Efes. So these are 4 levels of how we can, how insurmountably incomparable we are to the divine on different levels. I don't know what's going on here. Facebook. I mean, we're on, but I have to get things on. Okay, so when you're speaking, Dana, and giving us from the you want to call it Sufi mystical trends, there are general similarities. I would say Ibn al-Arabi is another one that is capturing that nothingness of us, of existence vis-a-vis the divine, and that is the whole aim of the Kabbalists and the Chassidus and Chasidism. If you read the Alter Rebbe, Baal Tanya, both Tanya, and you read his Chassidic discourses in Torah and Likutei Torah, it's all full of that. It's to get to a state of our bittul, self-nullification, that we are nothing, right? Now, there are different levels of it. There is to give up autonomy, but to still exist, or not to exist at all. So the former is known as bittul hayesh, nullifying the yesh, that ego self. But even higher than that is bittul hametziut, to nullify one's own existence. Right? It like even people who have analyzed mystical experiences speak about this, and that the ultimate peak experience, like level 4 of experience, is where you're total surrender. You don't even have sense of self. You just feel you're part of all of just an extension of all of existence, which all of that existence doesn't really exist. That is approach. That certainly is the mystical's quest. The academics have a fancy word for it. It's called acosmism. Acosmism means that we get to a state where the world does not exist. Okay. But especially in Chabad, they're very into that, or especially earlier Chabad. One of the unique approaches of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the last Rebbe, was that I don't know what's going on here. I'm having issue. Oh, maybe here. What of the Lubavitcher Rebbe was? Oh, okay. I figured something out here. That au contraire, basically meaning to merge, not to leave the physical world reality, but that greater than not self-nullifying and going out of existence is to retain existence of all, and yet that existence be fully and only divine. Understand? Even the physical world. So, in other words, that the ultimate aim is not to leave the physicality and ascend to heaven or something, and have like some samadhi, right? Or as they say in the East, or as they say the Sufis call it fana, right? But more to keep our down to earth reality here, and yet with it being fully physical here, our existence still be fully just being a vessel for the divine. And that, in fact, is seen as the ultimate aim of the Messianic period. to make, as Lubavitcher Rebbe said in his first Hasidic discourse, and it's brought down already from the Balatanya Alter Rebbe at the beginning, to make a dwelling place for the Shekhinah down here in the world. It's not about us to leave the world, but for us to bring heaven down to the world. Okay, so in that scenario, there's both aspects operating. There's both the bittul, that fana, happening, and there is what's going on here? I just have to end this one. All right. Okay. All right. Good.
I think we've put Harvey
And
to sleep.
good. Let me just ask, how is reception now? Is it good? I'm just checking because on my end it's a little bit weak, so I'm just wanting to make sure that everyone hears me. Okay. So I'll tell you. I mean, there are different stories, anecdotes related to this, in addition to all the teachings. And this is a lot of Chabad Hasidus is preoccupied with this. How do we take ourselves, breathing, self-aware, physical beings, and become nothing? Harvey, we got him. Oh, thanks for muting. Thanks. So Mamish, it's that is the aim of, that's the whole project of us being here in the world. Is not to leave the world, but to refine the world to become more holy, more divine, right? So therefore, we don't give up our jobs. We don't go through intensive 10 or 40-day fasting. We don't do things that are extreme to leave. Yes, we do have moments where we do practices that instill in us a sense of bittul, whether it is increment, some fastings or some meditations and the teachings and all that. And there's so many stories of the earlier the Chasidim, like 200 years ago and so, where they would meditate and pray to such extent that they were totally oblivious to their surroundings and to the world, even themselves. And in general, a lot of the Hasidic way was to, even when not praying, what have you, to get to that extent, to that level of what we call dveikus, right? I don't know what's going on. All right, I think we're good enough.
Dveikus being connection, clinging, sticking to
the divine, in a way that we channel the divine, and we're just an empty vessel for the divine to flow through us. So, and when you get to that state, then we're in a state of quote unquote awareness of that there's nothing but the divine. And I'm just saying quote unquote awareness because even being aware could be some existence of that is being aware. All of this, there's different levels of bittul. There's like 4 at least, if not 5. Yeah, I mean, there are all these stories about, like a cute, most famous story of the third Chabad Rebbe time, that there was someone, who owed money to another chassid. One chassid owed money to another, and he was stalling, not paying back. He's saying, "Why should I pay? Nothing exists. The world doesn't exist. Money is nothing. So, I don't have to pay you back." So they didn't know what to do. So they went to the Rebbe, the Tzemach Tzedek, and the Tzemach Tzedek said, "Go take this nothing. Take him, put it, stretch him out on a nothing, pull down his nothing, and whack him in his nothing till he pays up." Okay. Right. But yes, I mean, so much of this language that mystics use is in itself very interesting, because they're trying to grasp certain states of let's call it better than being, that non-being, that it's almost paradoxical because we're trying to verbalize it, like, package it in certain language, phrases, concepts even, but it doesn't really, that's really not it either. It's like, it's sort of ineffable. Can't say, in fact, if you look in the writings of Ibn al-Arabi, there are times where he's writing in this way of trying to attain, getting to the ultimate and beyond everything. And he gets to a point, he just makes dots. He can't even describe it in words anymore. He realizes language itself is a trap.
Ineffability.
Right. So, but what we can do is express these notions around the state, around, directing us and explaining what we're leading toward. The famous story of one of the early Chasidim out there, Binyamin Kletzker. Kletz is wood. He was a big wood merchant. That was a big business in Eastern Europe. Was logging, if you know. A lot of from Yidden were involved in it. They would chop down trees and then take them to the rivers and put them on barges and roll them down. Yeah. So so they say once Binyamin Kletzker, real chassid, he was making the whole account of all his products, materials, expenses, input, and out. It's a whole complicated thing. And sum total, he wrote, there's nothing but him, nothing but. That's where his mind was. Like all this wood and all this business, it wasn't really where his mind was, his heart, spirit was at. He was really at a state where nothing exists but God. In fact, there's an amazing, one of the greatest Hasidic novels ever written was in the early 20th century, I'd say in the was written like from the 1920s, 30s and 20s to 40s. It came out, it was eventually, I think, like 4 volumes. It's called Chaim Gravitner. And it was written by a descendant of the Rebbes of Chabad. His name was Fischl Schneerson. By the way, Yasti, is Alan coming on? Do you know? Or Bitzalo?
I did send him a message. So
okay, you could send to him and to Bitzalo, I suppose.
Sure.
By the way,
I didn't who else expressed interest was the guy that comes on a new Polish dish that.
Right, not Miriam, Gabriella.
No. The Professor Firestein mentioned.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, unfortunately, just by as an aside, I really want to tune into Polish Tish always, but I just so happen to be always busy Sunday afternoon. It's not good timing for East Coast America. I try to catch up later recordings, but it's not the same. Once in a while, if my schedule works, I can. And I know there's been amazing programs, amazing people coming on, and including the son of what's the name, Fujimori or Shaku, who's the Japanese one who
the
ambassador, the diplomat who saved hundreds, if not thousands of
Fujihara,
right. And and Jonathan, you tuned in for that one?
Yes.
How was it?
He was actually quite fascinating.
Right?
Okay. Recorded, bro, if it's there.
Yeah, I know. I got to go find the time to watch all this. Just a shout out to Gabriella and Miriam, who've been doing amazing programs, and it was Miriam's birthday this past week too. So in a way, earlier on when they were just starting here, there was more cross pollination between our programs. And Cholent, of course, they're close with. So to much more. It's great that we have all this. I see Rivka's asking in the chat, what book is that? What do you mean? What are you asking?
We've been discussing on the private chat. She was referring to the book I quoted called The Highest State of Consciousness, which features essays on that.
I read it too quickly, Baruch, and then I reread it and saw the title. So I'm
okay. Excuse me, let me just mute a moment. Okay, back. So there was a person. His name was Fischl Schneerson. He was academically trained as a psychologist, and he was quite an important psychologist. He was the grandchild of the Kapuster Chabad lineage. For those that know the intricacies of Chabad dynastic, successionary, branch tree, family tree branch, yada yada. After the third Chabad Rebbe passed away, the Tzemach Tzedek, he had at least 5 children who succeeded him as a Rebbe. The one of Lubavitch, which is the only Chabad now that still continues, which is Lubavitch, he was actually from the youngest son, Shmuel, and his son, the Rashab, and his son, Yetziv Yitzchak, and then his son-in-law, the Rebbe, the last Rebbe. But the second oldest son left Lubavitch even shortly before his father passed away and created his own rabbinic court in the city of Kapust. Him and then his son and then his grandson, and they branched off other names, Abreisk and Retzitza, what have you. So Fischl Schneerson was, I think, a grandchild of the Retzitza. Actually, he even spent some time in New York more than once, both in, I think, the 20s and in the 40s after the war. He left Europe after World War I, did go to Israel, then Palestine, but he also spent time here. He actually wrote a whole book on psychology to refute Freudian psychology, meaning that he felt that Freud is too obsessed about the libido, but that you cannot say that the libido is the drive of human nature. There's other things such as the will to live, or love itself, or the spirit of the human, and so on and so forth. So he wrote his own book of psychology with an introduction by John Dewey. It was printed in English. Wow. He was in Israel. He specialized in child psychology. And he's quite important because after the Holocaust, he helped treat and he was a therapist for many of the children who survived, who didn't have any families anymore and all that. So he was in between. He personally, I don't know how, quote unquote, he certainly wasn't fully Hasidic. I don't even know how fully, quote unquote, Orthodox he was. But he always kept connections with the Frum community or even Chabad. He had connections with the previous Lubavitch Rebbe and such. And he also, in addition to writing his psychology books, he wrote a bunch of fiction. He has a bunch of different books. His magnum opus is this book called Chaim Gravitzer. So the protagonist, Chaim Gravitzer, is semi-fictional. It's based on, very loosely based on actual historical character. Of a very dynamic chassid of the Tzemach Tzedek, the third Chabad Rebbe, who's very deep intellectual and gets into really high states of the mystical experience too. And what happens is, I'll just tell you what happened very briefly, and I won't give the whole beginning. So what happens, I'll just give you over till the end of volume 1. Basically, he gets to a point of such ecstasy for the divine that he goes on just exclaiming, there's nothing but God. There's nothing God. Everything is... and even life and death, it's all the same to the essence of the divine. And he builds this up, such an ecstatic and passionate expression thereof, that he actually attracts the masses to him. And at some point, he builds up to he becomes like this Pied Piper, going through the shtetl, the Pale settlement, from town to town, like these parades going, wow, there's nothing but the God divine, nothing exists, there's no world, there's no reality, etc., etc. Excuse me. And so what happens is that in this high state, he gets notice that his only son, who was a young guy who just got married in his 20s or something, suddenly passed away. So he goes with his whole entourage back to his home shtetl just in time for the funeral, for the levaya. And there at the open grave, and he looks down and he sees his beloved only child, and he just has a breakdown. He screams, what have you, and he just runs out of the cemetery into the woods. That's how volume 1 ends. So, confronting actual death and all that shook him out. And he had this existential religious crisis, as we call it. There's a Hebrew term for it. It's called neifel, a neifel, someone who spiritually falls. I don't know if you ever watched Grapes of Wrath. There's the fallen pastor in there, going around roaming, saying something like that. And then what happens in the next few volumes, he starts wandering through the Pale Settlement. So one volume is designated of him winding up amongst the Misnagdim, the posters of Chassidus, which hopefully we'll speak about later tonight. So there's that whole scenario, and he's describing vivid detail of what the whole community, culture, lifestyle, and how Chaim Gravitzer fits in there. Then there's another volume of how he winds up amongst the Maskilim, the Enlightenment, the non-fully, the modern Jews, the ones that were not that religious. Then he winds up amongst those that are the general Chasidim, like Chernobyl Chasidim, not Chabad Chasidim. So this novel is also a prism depicting in vivid detail what, all the various communities of the Pale Settlement in the mid-1800s. So, on a personal note, the reason why I know that both as a teenager, and first of all, this book was very taboo growing up in Lubavitch. It was like, you have Chaim Gravitzer book. You have to go to the library, see if they have a copy. At some point, like some old prints came to New York, and we went and bought them up. And even some of the great mashpim, great spiritual mentors of Lubavitch would quietly read it. Because Fischel, being raised in a Rebbe's household, knew a lot of Chassidus. So he even writes his own Chassidic discourses in the novel. Like Rebbe. And so it's not just a story, you know what I mean? There's quite enough depth. And the reason why it's a bit personal is because I actually began translating it years ago. I didn't get far, and it's a whole story. I was supposed to get funding for it, and that didn't work through. Meanwhile, someone else started it, but actually this other individual that's supposed to have done it is still taking already almost 10 years, and she haven't, and she hasn't finished it. But on my that's one of those projects that if you get the right funding, I would continue doing.
Are you talking about Reed J. Turner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and she herself is not Hasidic, so she needed a lot of assistance from people within the Hasidic community to help her. I don't want to go there. I won't call politics. There's little things. What happened and all that. Be it as it may, the book is there. The point is that the novel is, and again, it's being written by a psychologist. So he gets really into the mindset of getting to that ecstatic state that there's nothing but, God exists. But sometimes it could be too high, and like almost like, people who are bipolar, they get too high and then they crash, right? So that's why, as it's all beautiful, all these mystical states, but we still should always add the caveat that not to go in the helium balloon and cut the anchor rope and just fly up, just float up into the stratosphere. But we need to still have a healthy grounding in the process. And that was, I think, the Rebbe's point, that like the mystical state, again, is not as much going up in this thing, but it's getting to a point where we could merge up and down here together and get to those heights in our physical reality world. So going back to Dena's sharing and how that relates in the Jewish context, yes. So there's always been in the Jewish mystical tradition this this quest for to go up to the spirit realms and to shed one's autonomy and selfhood and just become subsumed in the one. Right, that's again that word devekut we used before from the Hasidic teaching, means to be cleaving, attached to the divine, to a point where you just feel your extension of the divine. That's the ultimate unity of self with the divine. At the same time, the Hasidic teachings tell us to continue going through our day-to-day jobs and life. So how do you do dvekus then? So there are even certain practical techniques that brought down. Like you could be working in your job, but always psychically being aware of the Shekhinah or the divine that's present in this very moment. Even if it's not prayer or study or doing a mitzvah, even just regular work. Another example is like if you encounter someone in the street, and we have this like from certain rebbes, they would go and just schmooze with people on the street. Now, if it wasn't Hasidic, like if it was from the Litvisha or the more scholarly people, they'll say you can't do that. It's bittul Torah. Bittul Torah means wasting time. Different type of bittul, in a different meaning. It means you're wasting time that you could be spending to study Torah, right? So why are you just going and schmoozing with someone about how's the weather or how's your business going and all that? But the point is that as you're speaking in twofold, you're always keeping internally, you have another track in the head, hard, that never lets go of that thought processes and awareness that everything now, as I'm speaking to this other individual, that I'm still connected, have that vekus to the divine. That's one. Two is that being that everything is what is known as hashgacha pratis, divine providence, that even the content of what that person is telling me, I could take from that and learn something out of that about the divine or about how to serve the divine. And we have numerous stories from the Baal Shem Tov and others of the early Chasidim that did precisely that. They'd go to speak, they'll go into the stable and talk about the horses, but really they're talking about their animal spirit, soul, and how to overcome it, or things like that. So it seemed like it was very, like, he's just like, you're such a holy man, why are you talking about horses? But no, very deep teachings. Actually, the Apter Rav said once, I think it was Apter Rav, he said, okay, so you're doing this. So you're always a dvekus attached, even when you're talking with someone in the street about whatever. So for you, you're taking a whole learning out of it and you still feel attached. So for you, it's not bittul Torah, it's not bittul waste of time. It's actually part of serving the divine. But what about the other person? You're wasting, you're feeding into the person you're speaking to waste his time or her time. So how can you do that? So he answered, you're supposed to view every person meretriciously, that like almost like on your level. If you feel that you're doing something spiritual, holy. So he says, so you're supposed to believe that as I'm speaking to this other person about this, he or she too is thinking similarly, still have dvekus, is also learning out of this conversation, etc., etc., etc. So these are examples of how we could get to states of total bittul without leaving the world. Okay, I know it's very cool to talk about getting to ecstatic highs and Sufis dancing sana until or people getting to really those high states, or even those that take psychedelics maybe. But ultimately, it's not about leaving. I would say like this: it is good to once in a while, yes, to experience those heightened states of ecstasy and nothingness of self, to know what it's about, to reach, have that, but that shouldn't necessarily be the primary pursuit, right? It's part of our practice, and it's the awareness of that, but the ultimate is to incorporate that with our down here earth world. Did that help? Okay, Dana, was that? Yeah, who just piped in?
Thank you so much, Baruch.
All right.
This was wonderful.
Who just piped
That was
in?
me.
Jonathan?
It was yes.
Yeah. Hi.
I wanted to say there's an interesting thing I read in the guy's book, Isidore Epstein. He wrote a book called The Faith of Judaism, and he describes a little bit of an interesting distinction between like Jewish mysticism and, let's say, others. And he talks about it. This is a well-known account of some kind of Sufi who had his child like bouncing on his lap, and he said, "I love you so much." So the child said, "How can one heart love both me and God, so to speak?" But what's interesting is that these distinctions are not so clear, because you also have in the Chabad narrative, like, you remember the story with the baby crying and he wasn't attentive?
Right, exactly. Yeah, you want to share that story, Yossi, for those who may not know?
You probably will say it better. Go ahead, Lara.
No, Yossi, you could go ahead.
Yeah, I forget which Rebbe was it even.
It was the Alter Rebbe and the Mitzvah Rebbe, the first and second Chabad Rebbes, right?
Right. So, and who was the baby? Mitzvah was it?
I'm not sure which was the baby, if it was Nachum or one of his daughters. I'm not sure.
Oh, the Mitzvah. This kid, anyway, yeah. So I forget the details. You might as well.
Okay, so basically, the Alter Rebbe was living upstairs. His son, the Mittler Rebbe, the future second Rebbe, was living downstairs. And the Mittler Rebbe, the second Rebbe Ber, was very known on being very high mystical spiritual states, and he would get to these high ecstatic states and like almost leave awareness of reality and such. So once his baby was crying downstairs, and his father, who was living upstairs, heard it and came down to take care of the baby, and he saw his son in this state. So he told him eventually that it's a simple word, but it's very meaningful. It's very, very true. That never shut yourself down from hearing the cries of a child, right? That even if you're in these high mystical states, you have to still be grounded enough to hear, the real needs that are needed here. Okay, yeah, and again, there are various stories that have the same message. I mean, there's other. I mean, I've seen other perspectives to this too. Even when we say that we're nullified, bittul, another English way to say it is self-abnegate or surrender to the divine. There are different ways to what do we mean to the divine. Is the divine an entity? Is it the essence, the highest? Like we've shown Kabbalah, as we've been learning periodically throughout. That state of the Chassidic to go, that the highest state is the essence of God, Atzmos, and all that. But even that, is still a name, a description, yada yada. I remember the Rebbe once in the late 80s talking about this, and then he said, even calling God or the essence of God, all these are still labels and names and words, and but there's just the divine as it is beyond all these words, late depictions or even references, So there it is. So there's the state of nullifying oneself, and then there is what are we nullifying to, right? So as Dana was talking about in the mystics, the Sufi, that seems like more of a focus of them to define what is self and what is the divine, who is the divine. And like, it sounds like a bit that that in the Sufi tradition, they're more open to say that the ultimate state of the divine is also nothing. You know, in Kabbalah and Chassidus, in a way they will call it nothing. There's what is known as ayin, nothing. That's above our yesh, our self, autonomous self. So it's like the whole idea of, and this is in very early Kabbalah, even like Rabbi Yitzchak Saginar and others, they say the whole aim of the mystical Kabbalah practice is to take the ani, the me, ani, and just change the nun and yud and make it ayin, nothing, right? And so there's the state where we become nothing, and then there's up there, let's call it the divine of quote unquote nothing. In fact, all of creation is described as, right, creatio ex nihilo, yesh ma'ayin. God created everything from nothing. What does it mean from nothing? It's not nothing, it's really the everything. But vis-a-vis us, it's so beyond any of our states, which are so limited, that for us, it seems like nothing. It's not really nothing. It's really the source of everything, and it's in everything, right? So therefore, especially in Chassidus, they say that there is something higher than that nothing. The ayin is called the yesh, amiti, the true self, the divine, this true self of the divine. So in that hierarchy, you have, from up down, you have the yesh amiti, the true self of that. That's the essence of the divine, of God. Then you have the ayin in the middle. That itself is two parts. There's the ayin extended from that, from the divine. Then there is the ayin habore, let's call it, the nothingness of the creator. Then below that is the nothingness of creations, ayin hanivra. And then after that comes the yesh hanivra, the existence, the autonomous being of the creation, of those that are created. Okay? So there is certainly the interplay both ways of the state of divine being both the ultimate nothing, and I want to say but also being the ultimate everything, something. Okay? And in certain Chassidus, it talks about how, and this begins by the second Chabad Rebbe emphasizes it, and it's brought down later Chabad, and that is, we, like all other dimensions until our physical world, is all primarily the experience, the state of the light, of the infinite light, right? The Ein Sof. So, and all those states, whether it's Atzilut, above Atzilut, Bria, even Yitzira, even the spiritual realm of Asiya, there's still a state of being nothing, because it's like they feel that, or even the angels, let's say, feel that they're just this extension, hitpashtus, expansion of the divine. So therefore, and they're of kind, right? Light, let's say light from the sun is of kind of the sun itself. It's the same quote unquote substance, whatever you want to call it. So there's that. So therefore, since they're aware of their source, so they're always in a state of bittul. That's why the sephirot of the upper dimensions, and again the angels and such, are always in this state of bittul, self-abnegation. And that's why, in fact, in our prayers and chakras, right, we say about the angels saying Kadosh, 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 Hashem Tzvakos, Baruch Shem Kol. It's all to express how the upper beings are getting to the state of bittul consciousness, are naturally at that state of bittul consciousness. But then what happens through through the whole descent, this physical world comes into being. And what happens in this physical? What are we like? Our creations. We feel like we're autonomous. We're not aware of our source. We don't feel the light every moment. We have to. That's the whole point of the mystics. You have to work on yourself to to peel away all that physicality to get to that state and really realize it's all about the infinite light that's contained in all. But it's not the natural condition of the physical world. The physical world is we all feel we're separate autonomous beings. My body takes up, I don't know, close to 6 feet and 2 by 3 feet, whatever you want to call it, my body. And this is me. I begin and end here in this body being existence, right? And others do, yada, yada. And then, of course, we have to meditate and realize we're all really one and connected, but it's not obvious, right? So the question is, where does this come from? This is a really radical way to feel. If everything is really just an extension of the divine, how do we feel like we are the term philosophically that Maimonides uses is mitziusai me'atzmusai. That one's existence is what is from one's essence. Basically, that we begin with ourselves. Of course, we were born from parents who brought us into the world, conceived us. But once we become autonomous beings, we're not dependent on parents, sort of, right? Yeah, we could do whatever we want, of course. You know what I mean? We have our own mind, our own activities. We actually, a lot of people go against their parents. So yeah, we're really almost not in the negative, pejorative way of ego, but a state of self-ego. So the question is, where is this coming from? So the answer is, this is the thing, that only the true mitzius and atzmus, only one who is truly his existence is from his essence, which means the essence of the divine, that highest yesh amiti, that true self that we said before. Only a being like that can create all the way down the line creations that have that feeling too. Like only the divine at its very source of essence can pass on that similar attribute to the creations down here. So
how do we deduce this, Baruch?
What?
Sorry. How do we deduce this?
How do we deduce this?
Yeah.
Well, there's the reality of us.
Right. No, I know that we get to know that we're separate, but how do we deduce that? Only because
again, everything else above us is of the spirit realm, where the infinite light is revealed. So therefore, they all naturally feel that they're not their selves, that they're just an extension of the source and the divine, right? That's why bittul comes natural to the upper realms and to the angels, because it's all so obvious, it's open, and they feel the light. They are just part of the light itself. But we come into these physical bodies and containers and of concealment, and we don't feel that. So where is this coming from? So the answer is, it's coming from something that's even higher than the infinite light. It's coming from the very source of the infinite light, from the essence. So in a way, therefore, our physical world, where we feel that we are our own beings, in a way, ironically, we have a direct link and connection, unique. You can say like a bypass system to the essence itself that none of the other realms in between have. And that is why, too, therefore, now you'll understand, now it will have more clarity why, as we've said, like in later Chabad, especially the emphasis was to reveal the essence down here in this world. It's not just because, that's the aim. It's because we already have it to an extent in us that we feel autonomous. The only thing is we think that we are our own autonomy. So the whole point is to reveal that our own autonomy is really the autonomy of the essence of the divine. That's the whole thing. And it's dafka down here in the physical world, again, where everyone feels that they are autonomous. And in fact, this vart, the Rebbe said in his first Hasidic discourse, Basilagani, I Come to the Garden, where the whole point of that first Hasidic discourse, the coronation Torah, you could call it, of the Rebbe was to make that point that the Shekhinah, the whole point of the Shekhinah is not to just stay up in heaven, but to bring it down, and to make the Shekhinah dwelling place down here in this world in a revealed fashion. All right. So there, I hope that helped in all that. Before we continue, wondering if anyone did want to comment or say anything.
Sorry, one last thing. Yeah, Baruch.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence to show where the Chassidus grapple with the idea? Did the Rambam believe that it's our project to try to nullify ourselves in that way with this kind of meditation, or are we, on his accounts, are we meant to feel ourselves kind of, ontologically different and yet?
Yeah, it's a good question. And what I would say is like this. Some places in the Maimonides, it seems like that. The whole point is to reach the gnosis, the knowledge of the divine. And that is all that it's about. So basically, we contemplate whether, in the Maimonidean way, it would be more cerebral, right? Or quote unquote philosophical. And you think things through till you reach these certain epiphanies or, realizations that the divine is all over. And in fact, right. So you would see some of that, let's say, even like the Messianic project is a bit like that, the end of Mishnah Torah, though he also emphasizes there that there will be physical wealth and affluent and things. So it's about integrating it with the physical world too there. But let's say if you look at Mar Nevuchim, Guide for the Perplexed, you will see statements where he talks about how to get to the state of being just connected to the divine. He says even some places that, theoretically, even prayer is limiting because prayer are words and God is beyond any description in words. Says, for you, silence is praise, King David says. So maybe how can we even really reach it and all that? So he is into about contemplation. And then now the way it's used philosophically, going back to let's say even Plato, even more so Aristotle, is called communion with the active intellect. Communion with the seichel, and in Hebrew called seichel hapoel, because to the ancients and even the Rambam's philosophical writings, the ultimate divine is known as the active intellect, because intellect is the highest state, according to Maimonides, which is different. Like, the Kabbalists had issues with that. That's why the Kabbalists were critical of the Maimonides and said you can't, even if you, as we said before, you want to negate the negations of God being the intellect, but still you're still defining it by that. And really, God is beyond any description, any chachma, any intellect, and all that, yada yada. Even the Maharal says this. He wasn't an open, diehard, hardcore Kabbalist, certainly, but even he had issues with the Maimonidean approach. Okay, but that is the way it's described. That you go, if you look at the end of Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, you'll say even that one should sit back. He even almost gives you the scenario how you should make yourself comfortable in a nice room with dark lights and start thinking about everything's connected and divine until you feel you're one with the active intellect, right? Active intellect, because everything in the world is being activated by this divine seichel intellect, and we are the seichel hanivra, right? We're the receiving end. Any intellect we have is merely a minuscule, cheap copy, let's call it, of it. Okay. So now, the difference is between the Mar Nevuchim and the Rambam and Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics is, and this is what some people say, this is the way they learn it, that Aristotle ends off with, that the ultimate aim of eudaimonia, of being one with the gods or being happy, that's another way to put it, believe it or not, is to get to the state of contemplation and communion. Communion could also be a way of Vegas. And again, in the Guide for the Perplexed, the Rambam brings this down. But in the later chapters, he goes and reverts to speaking about social justice, tzedakah, chesed, and mishpat, things that have to do with what even Aristotle called practical philosophy. How to make it in our actual world living experience and behavior, and individually and with others. So if you want to read into that, the organization order of the Rambam's writings is in itself saying something, then maybe there's the implied message there too, almost in this down here world way, that don't leave the world as high as you get, but still bring it down, and to be, still you have to make sure that the world, you're involved in making the world a better place and all that. I don't know if have you ever seen that famous painting by Raphael, I think, of all the different philosophers? So if you look in there, Plato is pointing up and Aristotle's pointing down. So Aristotle compared to Plato was more grounded down to earth. Plato was very about the ideal, right? The ideal forms, the perfect forms. He was a great idealist, and how to transcend and get higher. Aristotle was very more empirically based in this world. So, but I'm just saying that even Aristotle, you could say in a way that he was still saw a certain virtue to just getting beyond the physical reality of our worldly existence. And the Rambam seems to be more emphasizing, be coming down. Okay? As someone mentioned in here, we feel ourselves separate, chat, but I would say here on Zoom, we all feel connected. And this is what's so amazing about these learnings. It's, that we are interactive, and we're all creating a reality through our dialogue and exchange. And that is the beautiful part of it. I mean, sometimes someone has a great experience. You just want to share it with others, right? So bless us all that we get to these states of where we can mamish be the highest of the high, all the way down here in the lowest of the low. Okay, and that way we transform the low to what is high. Okay.
Nothing like a good wheeze to bring you back down, huh, Bron?
What again?
Nothing like a good wheeze to bring you back down.
Yeah, and I mean, in fact, there were teachings also. Right, I know the famous story of the Baal Tanya Alter Rebbe and Avram the Malach. Yeah. Avram the angel, the son of the Maggid. They would learn together. At one point, the Malach, he was called the angel because he was like that angelic state. He was just all like spiritual, naturally. He was out of this world type of person. And he was having this almost, again, this outer body. You could see he was getting to the point of what we call in Hebrew, Kleis HaNefesh, the expiration of the soul. You get to such high spiritual mystical states that the soul leaves the body. So the Alter Rebbe saw this. So he gave him a bagel with butter to eat, to ground him. Yeah. And I was at a Fabrengen, the Rebbe spoke in the mid-'80s about, on other, something related to Purim, also about getting people who get too high. And the Rebbe repeated the story, and he explained why it was a bagel and with butter, the whole thing. It was, went through the details, but that's the point, to keep it down here.
Either he or the father-in-law would use a handkerchief to kind of...
Right, yes, I was going to mention that too. And I would see that with the Rebbe, because my place at Fabrengen's was under the table next to the Rebbe. And before the Rebbe would say a Hasidic discourse, he would take his handkerchief and he would put it through his fingers. Apparently all the Rebbes did that. They held on to something physical, their kerchief, not to expire. In fact, there's a niggin called Kleis HaNefesh, expiration of soul. Supposedly there was a Lubavitch student who was singing this in Poland in yeshiva, and he had a state of I don't want to use in terms that we associate different ways. I'm going to say he OD'd on God, almost. You know what I mean? He got to a state. I don't know if it means he actually passed on or he fainted. I'd like to think it meant he fainted. So, and it's this niggin, I assume some of you know, and I've sang it before. And years ago, I put it to the words Adon Olam. I'll just sing it now once. Again, I'm not feeling well. My voice is a little out, but here, it goes like this. Yeah, 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 yeah. 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 Yeah, 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 die, die, now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And I put it to Adon Olam. Adon Olam, Hashem Malach, B'Terem Kol Yitzur Nivra, V'Yeis Nasa, Nechefzai Kol, Azai Melech Shmoi Nikra, V'Yacharei Kichloi Sakman, Levadoi, Yimloich Noira, Mehoya, 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 Mesifara, Mehoechad, Meyain Sheinim, Meham Shiloi, Mehachbira, Melireshis, Melisachlis, Melayavayis, Mehamisra, Oeli, Chaygoyami, Nitzuchevni, Meyesara, Mehonitzi, Omanayisi, Menazkayisi, Meyai Mekra, Meyadai, Avkid Rachi, Meyai Sisham, Meyayira, Meyim Ruchi, Yeviyasi, Adonai live V'layira, Meyamayo, Meyayayam, Ayam, Ayayayo, 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 Ayam, Da-da-dee-da-do. Okay, so that was that niggin. We share it when we have our circles. So I'm so happy that we able to share it here too. And that is it, that we get to a state where we realize that all of creation is really just an extension of the source of the divine. Right? That even our me, Hashem li v'layira, that the me is really an extension of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. All right. So hopefully that was a good primer on the world, if we exist or we don't exist. And I'll tell you that this is the whole debate. If you ever watch Fiddler on the Roof, Tevi is going, on the one hand, but on the other hand, on the one hand, don't do that. So this is the way Chasidim would go throughout their lives. On the one hand, there's a world. But on the other hand, I don't know, everything's divine. But I see a world. So what's happening? Back and forth. It's the endless debate, and it's meant to be endless because it's about that state of being, being both nothing and the embodiment of the divine everything. So bless us all to get there. And in fact, so much of even these holidays and even in our parsha, in a way, is connected to this fifth theme. So maybe what we'll do is discuss a bit of the parsha and Hanukkah. And again, as I mentioned before, I'm not 100% well, and you know what I mean? I took it a little easier, so I don't have like amazing, like going on forever tonight on the parsha on Hanukkah. But I would love to also, as we said, to dive into more of the materials related to the disputations between the Chasidim and the Misnagdim that we started last week. And then we spoke a lot orally. I would like to share both just the timeline so you can get a sense of how it unfolded from the 1770s till the early 1800s, and also with primary texts, as they like saying in college, and it is connected to, in a way, to again, we're just coming from Yutas Kislev, which is that's the whole point. Is it culminated with Yutas Kislev, and also actually there's another Hasidic holiday tonight, which is maybe not as known, Chaf Aleph Kislev. Does anyone know what Chaf Aleph Kislev is? If you go to Williamsburg now,
what's the date again? You said
21st of Kislev.
21st of Kislev. What's special about that date? Something special?
Yes, a hunch, a very good, Ariel.
No.
Totally
Hanukkah the 25th. He said the 21st.
Yeah. Oh, Lorelai. What is it?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Great, fantastic.
How are you?
Good. You guys are doing like the learning on the go on the Upper West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read the Talia's class on Wednesday night in Hebrew.
Yeah.
So we come to the Talia's class tour in Hebrew, and then we hear you in English.
Fantastic. I didn't know you know Hebrew. Right, of course. You're Chatzi Israeli. Nachon. Right.
It's Israeli, okay.
And welcome to
So if you
Aviva,
live on
who's
the
here.
west side, you can come. It's a Chabad class. It's a Chabad class at Talia's.
Oh, right. At the steakhouse.
Yeah. So the 21st of Kislev, is that when they destroyed the temple?
No,
I don't think so. No.
So Ariel was getting there, and basically during the height of World War II, there was one train where a Jewish activist by the name of Rudolf Kastner was negotiated with the Nazis to save something like a little more than 1,000 Jews. One train paid exorbitant amounts of money for each head, and even though he was doing it for the Zionist cause, and he was a rabid Zionist and very radically anti-religious, he still included the number one anti-Zionist rabbi then, the Satmar Rebbe, put him on the list. And that is how the Satmar Rebbe survived.
Wow.
But it's interesting that the Nazis didn't just take the money and say, we're taking your money anyway. You don't know.
That's pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, and there were reasons because they were already negotiating for another train, and they wanted to show that they're keeping their promise. But you're right. It ultimately was only that one train. That's part of the miracle.
Well, I can't hear you. Speak up.
Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, I said that was part of the miracle that actually the Nazis did do it, and that's what they see, and the Satmars see that miracle that even though they view Kastner as a big Russia, but still the Yeshua, the salvation, Hatzalah, the rescue came through him. So tonight,
is it true that it was once mentioned in a Sikha where some Farbrengen that he hinted at the irony of their overzealousness, even though he was saved by a.
The Rebbe didn't mention that for brain. The Rebbe did mention certain things against the Satmar Rebbe related to his statements like Nishtag Chater Se Baal Shem Tov, that the Baal Shem Tov's teachings have been forgotten. The Satmar Rebbe said that now in our later generations, it's not the same Chassidus as Baal Shem Tov. The Rebbe was very upset about that. And the Rebbe wasn't the only one, others too. There were a couple other things. Satmar was very against disseminating Torah Chassidus on the radio waves. things and multiple things. But I don't recall the Rebbe talking at Fabrenga specifically about in this point. Maybe okay. You say Yossi Gazinski. You could ask him. It could be. But not that I'm aware of. Just because I don't know doesn't mean it didn't happen. But based on what I read, from what I from attending the Fabrenga and reading here and there, I don't recall that specific point. So if you go, so they're going. There's two Satmars these days. One is the Satmar Rebbe of Williamsburg, and there's the Satmar Rebbe of Kiryas Yael in Monroe. So they have their separate meals of gratitude. So the Seidah tonight, and I've been to one of them years ago in the Javits Center. That tens of thousands of Chasidim, or thousands upon thousands in one room, and it's like, and they have their own nigunim for this day. And one goes, Chazei Hashem ki lo yisamo, ki lo yichal lirachamo. Chazei Hashem ki lo yisamo, ki lo yichal lirachamo. Chazei Hashem ki lo yisamo, ki lo yichal lirachamo. Chazei Hashem ki lo yisamo, ki lo yichal lirachamo. All right, so there's all that.
That's a Skalena song.
Are you sure it's a Skalena, not a Satmar?
100%. 100%.
But they sing it in Satmar.
So what? They sing it. A lot of Chassidim adopted it.
I hear you. I'll tell you why, because it sounds more. Oh, there's the other song. What's the other song they sing? There's another song. Right. There's another. And Bechlal Satmar doesn't have a great nigun tradition. It's like the Hungarians in general don't have as much as like the Polish or Romanian or even Russian.
By Kedushin, they sing the Lubavitch
Romania, yeah, exactly. But there's another nigun they also think about.
A full
trying to remember. Okay, maybe all right. Anyway, so that's the lowdown on that. More to share in that, but maybe let's go Taka. So what do you want to hear first? A bit on the Parsha and Hanukkah, and then we'll go into about Chasidim and Misnagdim. Does that sound good? And again, for those that are tuning in now, I'm not feeling well.
I think we should do it in a reverse order.
Baruch Ben, Refuah Shleima. Baruch Ben.
Thank you.
Refuah Shleima.
Baruch Binyamin. Then my mother. Rachel Blima, Baruch Binyamin ben Rachel Blima. Let me mute him.
To the Zoom.
There's a story with the Kloser Magareva.
Yeah.
They came to the Kloser. I saw it in Ivrit, so maybe I'll say it in Ivrit.
Yeah.
They said to the Kloser Magareva, אמרו לו שהרבי מסטמר אומר שאסור ללכת לכותל. שאל למה? אמרו לו בגלל שהציונים שחררו את הכותל. אמר הרבי מקלוז, ואם כן, אסור ללכת גם אליו, שהציונים שחררו אותו גם כן.
Though Kloisenberg, Kloisenberg himself was not. Kloisenberg actually went through the camps and he was freed by the Allies.
They told the Kloisenberg Rebbe after the 6-day war that the Satmar Rebbe forbade going to the Kotel Maravi. So
about Satmar, I see.
So yes, why? It said because the Satmar says that Zionim freed the wall. You're not allowed to go. So the Kloisenberg says if that's the case, then you're not allowed to go to him because he himself was freed by the Zionim.
Right.
Kastner.
Yeah. I love that part. Well, and in general, the Kloisenberg was a bit like a nephew of the Satmar Rebbe.
Yeah, he was a
and they were quite
not through blood,
right? Through marriage and the first marriage and so on and so forth.
Himself.
And wait, you give me a moment, Yossi. And in fact, there were major fights between them.
Right.
Between the Satmar and Kloisenberg.
If the Kloisenberg would have not gone away in the sheet of the Sionim, he would have taken over after the Satmar.
Right.
He was very big.
Impossibly.
Very big.
Well, we know Kloisenberg did the Lanidau Hospital in Tivot or in Netanya, right? Right. And so on and so forth.
He was a super genius.
Yeah, we know that. Okay. What did you want to say, Yossi?
No, I was I was under the assumption that Kleisenberg was also pretty anti-Tzioni, except it was a little more practical.
I mean, most Chasidim are anti-Tzioni. The question is, how radical, obsessive are you about it? And even Lubavitch is on the books is as, if not more, anti-Tzioni than most other Chassidic groups. If you read the writings of the fifth Lubavitch Rebbe, the Shalom Ber, the Rebbe Rashab, or even the Rebbe himself in certain places, very anti-Zionist. In fact, Rabbi Yoel Khan in the early 80s wrote a whole treatise when he was involved with debating Satmar Chasidim about the Shitta, the opinion of Lubavitch. He explained why Lubavitch is more anti-Zionist. The only difference is, what do you do about it? He said that the Satmars are into throwing stones on Shabbos to the cars driving, or burning the flags and all that. Whereas Lubavitch is about positive, bringing in the light, or do a mitzvah, even getting secular Zionists to become closer to Yiddishkeit. So it's more of that. I mean, practically on the ground, it looks like Lubavitch is the most pro-Zionist of all Hasidic groups. You know, they take. Lubavitch is not the only one that takes funding from the state. Other Hasidic groups do too, but Lubavitch is more involved with politicians, as much as they say they're beyond politics. You know, they're in connection. But even so, till this day, there's certain things they wouldn't do. Like I remember a few years ago, in Lubavitch, I think it was the father of the those that were killed in Mumbai, the shluchim there, and they wanted to honor, for him to light the big torch, whatever it is, for the day Yom Ha'atzmaut.
Right.
And it became very controversial. If he should have didn't, at the end he didn't, because then it would be giving a more direct endorsement of Zionism.
By the way, just a quick anecdote. I remember going on a birthright trip. Basically, it was made for some of us rebellious teenagers, but they had to fill in some gaps, so they brought along a bunch of guys from 770. And during the time we were there, in the building where Israel was actually declared, so they had a minhag there. I mean, when the birthright trip would come, they sing Hatikva, and these people were adamant they're not going to sing Hatikva. You know, because of this.
Right. In fact, the Rebbe took his name off of the main yeshiva, Temchet Mim Lubavitch, in the mid-50s, because they sang Hatikva at the annual fundraising dinner. And the Rebbe took it off for many years, from the mid-50s maybe till the 80s even. You know, that's how. But again, on the ground, you wouldn't. It's not like Lubavitch is going out with anti-Zionist slogans day and night, right? So certainly not like Naturi Karta, right?
There's a story with the Schulzinger calendar. Schulzinger calendar, they fund the printers. There was a printer, Schulzinger Shas. So they printed the Lubavitcher calendars for free. But they insisted on putting in Yom Ha'atzmaut with different things. And people heard, the people who passed the Rebbe's room, the Rebbe was yelling very loudly. And the Rebbe said, not only is the Medina not the beginning of the Geula, of Chalta the Geula, but it pushed off the Geula, and the Rebbe said X amount of years. People don't remember exactly what he said, but the Rebbe said exactly how many years the Medina pushed off Bias HaMashiach.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't recall hearing that, but thank you.
I read it somewhere. Okay. But nobody remembers how many years he said.
Right. Okay, we lost the customer already because we didn't get straight to the parsha, just so you know. So I don't want to delay. Aviva left because she asked we should do the parsha, and we're just schlepping out other things. So I'll just give a little bit on the parsha before it gets too late. And so what's the parsha?
I'm actually sending her a text to come back, and I'm going to tell her that like we're doing the parsha right now, and she can come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only if she's up to it. You don't have to. Thank you very much. So
you're welcome.
The parsha is Vayeshev. It's after the right that Yaakov returned to Canaan and settled in, and he thought that's it. He's going to settle in for good now. And that's the famous term that Rashi brings down, Bikish Yaakov Leshev B'Shalva. Yaakov wanted to retire, you could almost call it, right? He's already, what age is he already? 140 something, I think. So he just wants to. So, but then things happen. The whole drama with Yosef, 17 years old, gets into issues with, sibling rivalry. Especially he has his dreams. One dream with the wheat bundles bowing to the big one. The other dream of all the stars, right? All the stars and sun and moon bowing to surrendering to him. Which incidentally is a good question. Like, if Yosef knew about this, he wasn't stupid. He knew, if he's going to just talk about his dreams in a braggadocious way, it's going to rub his brothers and even his father in the wrong way. So why would he?
Sorry, I was in the middle of this. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No worries, it's all good. So
yeah.
So the vart is, why did he do it? So very common, and a very basic, simple answer is because it wasn't just a dream per se. It was actually a state of prophecy. Okay? That because it says that most prophets see or receive their prophecy in dream state. And it is only Moshe and a select few who experienced the prophecy in the waking state. So really, these weren't just dreams, but these were actual prophetic internal visions. And like all prophecies, they're not meant to be kept to oneself, but they're meant to be shared, whatever consequences may derive from that. So that was Yosef's impulse. Why? To share these dreams. All right. And what are the specifics of the dreams? In a way, it's talking about the two things we spoke about before, bringing things down and bringing things up, right? Bundles of wheat is what grows in the earth, and they're bowing and showing down to a bundle that's standing up tall. So there, the emphasis is bottom ascending, nomata lamayla, as we say. The celestial stars and planets bowing to Yosef is mamayla mata, from up down. So Yosef is actually saying that there's something, just what he was born with, what he was. Yosef was not only a tzaddik, he represented the sphere of Yesod, as we know in Kabbalah Chassidus, and also we know Mashiach ben Yosef, about the Messianic time, which is about, as we said before, to bring heaven down to earth, ultimately, to reveal the divine and godliness down here. And also to work on collecting the nitzotzot, the sparks down here, which is like the individual stalks of wheat, and to bind them, to gather them together, making them, and then to elevate them. Right? So that's step one. And then not just to elevate, but then to incorporate it into our world down here. So these weren't just dreams, weren't even just prophecies, but they were actual teachings of how to relate to the world in this dual way. The awareness from below up, and then from above coming down. And in fact, that is also, excuse me. Now, in fact, why the Torah does say here that Yeshiv Yaakov, Yaakov settled. Let's look at if I can find actually the Chumash, maybe I'll share. Right. So the first verse, Vayeshev Yaakov beres Megori Aviv, that Yaakov settled in the land of the dwelling of his father in Canaan. So the question is, it actually says this already in last parsha. So why is it being repeated here? Last week's parsha it says Yaakov returned to Canaan, to Hebron, to where Yitzchak was, and that Yitzchak passed away. So there was already why this redundancy. So Chassidus explains that this is a great teaching here. Yaakov, if you remember, we spoke about in the past, the two names Yaakov and Yisrael, whereas Yisrael is about being on a high transcendental state, being up in the head, Li Rosh, as the letters of Yisrael are. Yaakov, on the other hand, means going all the way down to the heel, to the foot, to the ankle, taking the yud of the divine spark, in essence, and drawing it down here, into the heel. So, Vayeshev means hisyashvos, to settle down here in this world in a healthy way. And bring it all the way, like we said before, that the whole aim of both the mystical experience and our divine service is to make heaven down here on earth, right? And this goes even deeper. This also follows the narrative that we've been studying we've been looking at over the last few parshas. That we start that, right? What happens with Yaakov when after he leaves Yitzchak? First, he winds up with Lavan, right? And we said that Lavan is not just the trickster down here, right? The Lavan Harami, but he's actually connected with the Lavan Halion, the highest spiritual state of whiteness. It's beyond any definition of all the Sphirot, even. Like basically the infinite light, even before it comes down into regulated Sphirot system. There's a verse in Kohelet, I think, it says that everything in the positive is also in the negative dimensions and vice versa. So too Lavan, there's the negative Lavan, which was again tricks or what have you, but then there's the positive Lavan where he's the highest of all. So Yaakov worked through with Lavan, as we know, 7 + 7 + 6 years, like around 20 years, if not more. And he worked it through, and he got all the cattle, and right, he says he worked through the sheep and everything else, and had all these children. So that shows that he was doing the birur, the sorting through, working through the world in a way that to reveal the divine even in the physical world, right? So that was step one with Lavan. But then what happens? He has a second antagonist, and that is Esav. Esav is a step lower, as we spoke about, I think, last week. Esav was in the realm of Tohu, of chaos. Is also on the highest level before our world of Tikkun. And there too, Yaakov worked it through with Esav to elevate the things of Esav as much as he can, right? So at this point, Yaakov felt job done, right? He already, from the highest of the high to the lowest of the low, he figured it. He worked. He covered. He did all the 288 nitzotzot. That's our program here. Nitzotzot, sparks. He collected all the sparks and all that. All good. Like in Yosef's dream, collected all the stalks. And that he did it not only in an antagonistic way, but even in a way of just being natural, not even combating too much. Though he was concerned that he may need to battle Esav and the 400 men, but that never realized. And he was able to make even some transformation in a peaceful way. But what's the story? It's true. Yaakov himself accomplished all this. But Yaakov was a tzaddik. He was a righteous person. He was at that highest spiritual level. So therefore, he was able to do this. But the world itself and most humans in the world, they themselves did not reach that level, did not accomplish, did not elevate, did not work it through. So that is why that is why ultimately Yaakov even and his children had to wind up going to Egypt, because it wasn't enough that just being the righteous person and being able to do all this, but you need to make transformation even on the level of the average people, even those that seem far from the divine, and to reveal the divine even in Egypt, even in Goshen, where he wound up, right? So that means going out into the world to transform it. So therefore, it's true that Yaakov himself, Bikish Shalva, he wanted to retire, so to speak, was from his service he finished, but the world's job wasn't finished yet. And therefore he had to get out from this place. And also as Canaan, the Canaanites were known as the merchants. They were the merchant class. That means to work in the world, in even the day-to-day work. And as we know, business people are not so honest themselves, right? They exaggerate, they do things, right? And that's another recurrent theme, going all the way back to the beginning of Yaakov, and then with Lavan, and then here with Yosef and his brothers with the Technicolor coat, making him appear like he died. And even later with Tamar tricking Yehuda to sleep with her. That all these, you see, there's this trickster thing going on. That sometimes to reach the ultimate highest state and to do the real thing, you have to even work with things that are not so glatt, as we call it. Of course, in the right way. You can't just be liars and exaggerators and so on. But it has its place in time, knowing how to do it the right way. I know in like shamanic circles, there's something called the Hawika. There's different tribes in the Americas. I've actually been to a Sundance dance in South Dakota on the Rosebud Reservation, and I've seen them. They wear masks and they do silly things, and they're trying to throw off the sun dancers who've been, they don't eat or drink for 4 or 5 days straight, and they're dancing in the hot summer sun, and they have to schlep things. It's really intense. And there are these Hawikas, these trickster clowns, if you want to call them, even going and like tempting them with water, pouring water in front of them, just like doing these trickster things. And it's become a bit in vogue. Some people in certain circles very into like being the trickster Wicca. I knew someone who was a little like that too. But it's a delicate place to be, because you have to know how to play with this, how to use it in the right way. And at times you need like just to break out of a certain stagnancy. Yeah. With some what like this. So that's why Yaakov, in fact, even though he's represented by the attribute of truth, as we right? Midas emes liYaakov, titen emes liYaakov, right? And so on, it's truth. But still he started all this trickster way. I mean, we can say his mother encouraged him, Rivka, to do it, but still, And then he was on the receiving end of it more than once, as we just mentioned, with Lavan, with the Technicolor coat, and so with right, and all that. So, but there's something to be said there. Why? Because we want to. If it's about transforming everything, then we even have to go to places which don't seem 100%, or those who know how to. Not we need to, but like I'd say, it's a more advanced spiritual path is to play with on that margin of things that are of truths that are greater than just the obvious literal truth. Let's put it that way. In a way, it is also related to dreams, because dreams is not real. Dreams is in the liminal zone of the imagination, and what we see in dreams is usually a composite of truth and false properties. So the whole thing of us learning from dreams in our parsha, which is both here at the beginning of the parsha with Yosef's 2 dreams, and then at the end of the parsha, 2 ministers of Pharaoh were in jail, right? The butler of drinks, right? We used to call him the enophile, I think they would call it, or some salamnier or something. And then the baker, right? He's the chef, and they also dream, right? The one, the Sarah Mashkin dreams of the 3 grape clusters and squeezing it and serving to Pharaoh. And the baker dreams of the 3 baskets, and the bread on top is being eaten by birds. And one makes it, as we know, Sarah Mashkin, but the Sar Ha'ifim of the baker doesn't. Right. So there again, the dream is actually, even though it's not reality, but it came to fruition. It came. Then in next week's parsha, before not to get too ahead of ourselves, it's about Pharaoh's dreams of the 7 cows and all that. One more place where we have a bit of falsity, if you want to call that a bit, is also with the wife of Potiphar, and she's trying to seduce Joseph, and Joseph slips away with his coat in her hands, and then she claims that she was being attacked or being pursued by Joseph, the very opposite. I think last year we spoke about Thomas Mann and his great novels on Joseph in Egypt, Joseph and his brothers. We won't go through that. It's not so pertinent to what we're saying here. I'm just bringing up these very general points so you see the overall themes of the parsha. Let me get out of the share screen. Actually, let's see. Wait. Here we are. Okay. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to say on this. But again, I'm not at my best now in sharing, going on for endlessly. But I would say that twofold. First of all, this whole point of working and transforming the world and doing what's known again as birur is basically, that is the whole point of Yaakov's practice and all the forefathers, and that is something that we're supposed to pick up and continue in our ways, in our world, in both up down, like in this calm way, peaceful way, where we that we stay in our great high, spiritual way, and then we just shine and reveal ourselves down till it makes change. And also at times to really get down to earth and even roll up our sleeves and I don't want to call it get dirty, but like do the real battling, so to speak. And there's a certain advantage of doing the battle and winning that way, or transforming that way, than just shining down from above. Because shining down from above, yeah, you make the enemy into a loving friend, but he's not really transformed through and through. It's just like this imposed peace, but it's not really that the person down here is transformed. Whereas If you make the battle down here, makes the transformation, then the opponent down here is transformed through and through. Yeah. So these are the two ways of birur: b'derech milchama, war, and b'derech menucha, peace. Right. So that's what we have to always do. And before I share, actually, I'll share a Torah that came to me. An insight came to me a few days ago. Before we go in about Hanukkah a little bit, and that is like, my father isn't. I've shared this in the past. Isn't feeling well in certain ways, and he could barely speak. And I go spend time with him, and his mind isn't fully always as sharp as it used to be. So he likes reading the Torah portion, the Parsha, right? And so at one point, so I was there like a week or two ago, and so he was getting a little fear. What's the Parsha, Vayetze or Vayishlach and all that? He thought maybe it's Vayetze, was Vayishlach, whatever. So he started going, vai. So I caught on to what he's saying, that all these parshas now is all vai. It's Vayetze, Vayishlach, Vayeshev. You have a miketz in the middle, but then it goes on Vayigash and Vayechi. So what I thought after he said this was the following. That these 5 parshas of Vai is the whole lesson for us in how to live, and how to be, and how to make change. Yeah, Jonathan says, Vai not. That first thing is Vayetze. That we have to go out of our comfort zone, out of our status quo, out of our habituations. Go out of ourselves. To make change, you have to first make the move out from who we think we are now. Then, once you make that move, then comes Vayishlach. Then you could cast away shlach. You could cast away all the negative in us, all the things that are holding us back, things that are challenges to us, what have you. Like shlach, like we say tashlich, right? Cast it away. So we do that. Then, once we do that, then by Yeshev, our passion, then you can start coming back to yourself, and to start integrating with oneself again in a new, healthy, positive way, right? Mikates, I don't know how that fits in. It's not the vice, so you could say putting an end to all the negativity too. And then goes to the next parsha, Vayigash. Once you do that, Vayigash, you could get closer to yourself. Kikara velacha, you get close to yourself. You come encounter, as Reb Zalman and even Lubavitch said, self-encounter, both to our true selves, and when we get more real and true with ourselves, then we could also get closer, Vayigash, with others in our lives. Be revealed. And once we do that, is Vayechi. Then we're truly living the right way, through and through. And that's the ultimate way of living. And this 5-step way is actually mamish echoing the way that the Baal Shem Tov spoke about how to work, how to do sweetening, how to make transformation of the negative. He speaks about these, about going out of yourself, achna, surrender, then make havdalah, disconnecting from the negative traits, and then hamtaka, sweetening. And in certain places, especially like in his kavanot, Baal Shem Tov's kavanas of going to the mikvah, where he says you should dunk 5 times, he also goes through this 5-step process. Okay? So I just wanted to share that with you. I thought it was a nice, sweet little, like they say in certain places, cash Torah on the go. And so now we're the parsha to return to yourself, to who you are. Return to who you are. Return to where you are. Return to where you were born and reborn again. Return again. Return to, etc. Okay. So So that is there. Now, how is this connected with Hanukkah? By the way, before we continue, I just want to get a bit of a feedback here. If, like, it's Hanukkah next week, usually there's things happening almost every night of Hanukkah. And myself personally, my friends are organizing things. More than one friend is organizing things Wednesday night in a week. There's all these Hanukkah parties almost every night. So I'm just checking in. I'm a bit ambivalent about doing this next week. Back and forth. On the one hand, want to celebrate in person, Hanukkah with people, friends. On the other hand, we have the community here online and Zoom, and maybe some people, this is their primary way to connect with people. So maybe there is a reason to be to have a program of Hanukkah. And then see, I don't know how I'll feel in a week. Hopefully I'll only get better. So I'm just putting it out there. How many people would want something next week for Hanukkah? And again, like in the past, Tzotzis was more active, as we spoke about off the record last week, and we would have different events on Hanukkah. And then hypothetically, we could even live stream a live event, in-person event here, instead of having a whole class. That's an option. So I don't know. Some of me feels like it just doesn't feel right to be stuck in front of a computer while there's Hanukkah celebrations happening. On the other hand, this has become its own form of celebrating here. I see Jonathan is saying maybe to give a pause, a menucha for a week. Thank you very much. So let's put it this way. I'll just put it out there. Very likely we will not have next week, okay, because of Hanukkah. If there is, okay, Dana, Laila Tov, if we're about to speak about Hanukkah, but okay, maybe I'll tell you in person later if you want to hear, just call me. But if again, maybe the option is that I'll try to live stream it wherever I am Wednesday night. That's something we could do. I'll try either on my phone.
I was thinking that. Yeah, might be a good idea.
All right, as long as it's obvious, it's just going to be like music and things like that. It's going to be more celebrating. Okay, so we'll do that. So now Hanukkah. So Hanukkah, in a way, is also making the way we light the menorah itself is also making this point of going out into the world and transforming the world as it is in the world, right? Like there are three main ways of light and candles that we light, right? What can you think of? There's in the temple, the Beit HaMikdash, right? Then you have Shabbos candles. Then you have Hanukkah candles. Now, Hanukkah candles, the law is you light it after the sun sets. That's one aspect. Second is you light it in a way at the door or wherever the window, wherever it's facing outdoors. And you have 8 candles, not 7, like the Beit HaMikdash, right? So these are, and also you put it at the doorpost on the left side, right? Now these are details that are making a point, because the light of the Beit HaMikdash, they started lighting before sunset. Shabbos lights began, we have to light before sunset when it's still daylight. Also, when in the temple, the menorah was on the right side. What do we mean by the right side? According to Judaism, the east is in front of us, south is to the right, and north is to the left. So the menorah was, even though the Kohen walked in east to south, so technically the menorah is on his left side, but if you're facing south to east, it was really on the right side. Also, Shabbos, if you remember, I think we looked at this when we were relearning the Friday night song of the Arizal. And according to the Arizal, the candles on the table should be also on the right side. And the menorah, right? Yumino smala b'nayich. What's the other lashon? Mitzvayna arshin, right? Let me see. You mean okay, right? So you have the yumina small. Okay. Where's that? Mitzvayna arshin. Yeah. So basically, if you look in the writings, oh, maybe it's Shabbos by day. Okay, I'm still a little out of it. I can't even find things today. But we do have mention about the bread and menarta tafta, the narration. Then it goes yamina small, right to left. So the menorah, like our Shabbos candles, are on the right. But again, the menorah is on the left. What's the difference? Right is the things of holiness, right? Torah, mitzvahs, yimini techavkeni, smiley techsrei. But the left is things of the regular world, the outdoors, the non-religious practices, our day-to-day life. Right. So, and then again, the menorah will light after sunset when it's dark. And in fact, you're allowed to light the candles until the scragglers of the marketplace are going home. And the word for the scragglers are Tarmudai, which are the same letters as Meredes, as even people who are in a state of rebellion against Judaism, and a state of Ragle, feet, in the lowest of the low, in the outside, in the dark, cold winter, where the spirituality, the holiness is not apparent. And there to make the transformation. Okay? And that so that too is that's the ultimate purpose. Even eating food-wise, like we eat Shabbos, food, evening Shabbos, even if you eat a lot, it's all holy. It's all part of the right side. But it's during the weekdays when we eat our food that we have to be extra conscious, because then it's more specific that to have the right kavanas. It's not just for pleasure, not for pleasure, what have you, but it's to serve, just to have the energy to serve the divine. So that's the whole point of Hanukkah, is emphasizing how to serve, how to do what we got to do, the work, even in the cold outdoors, in the states of where it doesn't seem like the spiritual is apparent. And this is also, the way we do it is twofold, and that is the miracle of Hanukkah itself. There were two parts to it. There was, first came the battle and winning the battle, right? The few who conquered were victorious over the many. I don't know. I don't want to use any World Cup metaphors of Morocco who made it all the way to the semifinals, or right. Anyways, but they lost today.
Yeah, so. But they lost today
to France.
And,
right.
And then they're like rioting all over Europe.
Underdone. Right.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Because they lost. That's why they rioted.
Right. So there is that part. So that represents like battling, like we spoke about before, Muhammad doing war down here. But ultimately, it's about bringing down the essence of the divine, the spiritual miracle, which is finding the jug of oil. So that itself was two parts of the miracle. One was just the fact that they found it and that it wasn't impure, that it was still had the seal of the Kohen Gadol. The seal of Kohen Gadol, it speaks about in holy teachings. That's the essence of our souls to be revealed through the illumination that oil gives us. And the added miracle was that this little oil burnt for 8 days. I mean, if God's making miracles already, he could have already made a miracle that they found the 8-day supply. But no, was dafka. They found a 1-day supply and then stretching it out to emphasize all the more the miracle and the more of that. It's all about revealing the pach echad, the oneness, the unity that we all have in the state of darkness, and reveal in this way of peaceful way, the shanti way. So that is the message of Hanukkah, to work in the real world, as we were speaking earlier, and also to bring out the light that will reveal our essential connection with the divine, that intimacy, and learning to reignite ourselves and what we have. And again, even though it's outdoors and on the left side, and that is the ultimate aim of how the messianic revelation will happen when we tap into that. And that's why we specifically 8 candles, not right. I'm sorry. In the temple it was 7, but we light 8 after the temple was destroyed. The Gemara, the Talmud says that the harp that King David played, composing Psalms, Tehillim, had 7 strings. But the harp that will be played when Mashiach comes will have 8 strings. So we see 8 represents that messianic state. So we concretize that by having a menorah of 8 candles, saying we're already being the harbinger, illuminating to that messianic level. Also, the word Shmona in Hebrew has the letters of Hashomen, like the fat, the oil, like the highest state to illuminate. So that is our menorah state to be, and hopefully all of us in our ways will, when we come this coming Sunday night and we start lighting our menorah, which is 1 day at a time, and we increase the light, this will be our kavanah, how to bring the light even into the physical and the mundane of the world, and bringing that more Geula and Mashiach consciousness into our lives, even now. The best way to get to Geula Mashiach is to start living it now. And then you can really be there already. That's why I sort of admire these Messianic Lubavitchers in a certain way. They're living that positive way of Mashiach already. All right, you want to get philosophical, technical about who is Mashiach, living, not living, blah, 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 I want to say or not. I don't know of all these things. But what is their mojo? What is driving them to be alive, to live, to be connected to the spiritual path? Something positive to bring liberation on an individual and collective level. It's the most beautiful thing we could think of, especially in our days, times when there's so much, both in global politics and things personally, certain people. So this is a time to bring that added, enhanced light. And as we spoke last week, these days after the full moon, when the moon is diminishing, is the reason why the light is waning is precisely because the moon is getting closer to the sun. That means we're getting more intimate with the source to get to the point, and that's why we light the menorah at the very end of the month, because we want to emphasize that state that we're getting closer to the source, which normally is concealed. We're beginning to reveal even that state. That even the concealment is an expression of the divine. And working on it, increasing incremental till the ultimate light comes. Okay. So I think that
as you're saying that, I just realized another great argument in favor of Hillel's position instead of Shammai's position, which is simply that because Rosh Chodesh and the new moon comes at the end of Hanukkah.
Mm-hmm.
The darkest part of the entire winter season and the month
Right.
is the very end of Hanukkah.
And when there's the most candles, lights, right?
When there's no moon at all, so we don't have we have very little sun and we have no moon, and that's dafka when we should light the most lights, not
right.
Like Shammai would say.
Right. Very good. Yes, it's very, very true. Very to the point. So, Mamish, may we get to that and illuminate it within our, ourselves and everyone around us. All right. So all right. So I don't know if I have the energy to go more into Parshat Chanukah for now, but I think if there's interest, I could continue what we were talking about last week about the disputation between Chasidim and Misnagdim.
Whatever you want, Baruch. And if you need to take a break altogether.
Yeah, okay. So let's do a bit of this. And if we want to continue another time, we'll continue another time. I see Harvey left. I know he wouldn't really enjoy it, and Alan and whoever didn't tune in. So, but it is recorded, so whoever is interested in the subject could.
I actually sent him. He probably hasn't seen it. His timeline is a bit different. His time is different. But I sent him a clip of last week's with an exact point of where you start talking about it. So.
Okay. All right. So first, what I'm going to do is this evening I just typed up just a timeline so you could get a sense of the main periods, what was happening. Okay. So here we go. Okay, you see on the screen?
Not yet. Here we are.
Okay. So in 1760, on Shavuos, the Baal Shem Tov passes away. The first year, there wasn't a clear successor. Tradition has that the Baal Shem Tov had, I think, only one son. His name was Reb Tzvi. That he semi-reluctantly filled in his father's position for a year. It seems like by nature he wasn't the most charismatic individual. He was quite pious, and we even have some teachings from him. Very few, but there are a little bit. But be it as it may, the legend is that the first yard site on Shavuos, when Reb Tzvi was sitting at the Tish with the Chasidim, he suddenly said that he sees his father's spirit, his father here present, and that his father is indicating that the Magid or Dover of Mizrich should succeed, take over, should sit on the benkel, on the Rebbe seat, and basically take over. And Reb Tzvi stood up, and Reb Dover sat in his place, and from then on, in 1761, he led the Hasidic community. Now, the Magid's way was different than the Baal Shem Tov. As we know, the Baal Shem Tov not only was he more ecstatic, but he was also more of a traveler. Go different places. The Magid was not a traveler. In fact, he was somewhat crippled. He couldn't walk well. I think he even had crutches, could be. So he stayed mainly, was Mizrich, or actually in the town of Ravne, where he led the Hasidic community for more than a decade. And it was during this time, that all those famous Rebbes that we know of, Rebbe Levi Yitzchak Paditsche, Rebbe Zusha, Neim Elimelech, Alter Rebbe, Mendel Haridaker, Shnabler, Karliner, blah, 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 blah. This is when it all flourished. This is, some academics say, to call, when did Hasidism actually become a movement, was actually with the Magid, not originally with the Baal Shem Tov. Though we have all the stories, as we spoke about in the past, of Baal Shem Tov and all his disciples that he had then, both great learned people, elitists. There were great rabbis and Magidim and Mochiach, as they were called. that were followers of the Baal Shem Tov. But as we know, also Baal Shem had a lot of the common person, right? The quote unquote masses. In a way, they connect. The Maggid continued this in this area. He continued the same. He had his great learned inner circle, but he also had influence on the general population, though not by visiting them in the Stadtlach, but through his students and his teachings getting out, and then people coming to Mezrich or Ravna to actually see him. The Maggid of Mezrich was also a great scholar. In fact, the story is of the Maggid first encounter with Baal Shem Tov had to do with the Maggid wanting to test the Baal Shem Tov or see if there's something in learning that the Baal Shem Tov could answer. And the Baal Shem Tov gave him a whole new, fresh interpretation that was beyond just scholastic, but it was deeper about how to live life. And that captured, that made Maggid the student of the Baal Shem Tov. Okay. So so even though there was opposition to the Baal Shem Tov, even before 1760, while he was still alive, here and there, but it didn't really coalesce to a formal opposition until the end of the Maggid's tenure. And that was in the spring of 1772. Okay. The congregation, that it was a bit I won't call it cabal, but it was of several communities. The community of Shklov, which was a very learned city. Then the famous Vilna, which was known for its great scholars all the way till World War II. Right? In fact, the Vilna Gaon himself was the number one learned person of Vilna. And then also places like Brody, which had its own klois of great scholars. And when we say scholars, we don't mean just in Talmud and what have you, but as we'll see, what's maybe not as known to many, or I mean, the typical way we define is the Chasidim are all into mysticism and tripping out on Kabbalah and such, but the Misnagdim are just learning Talmud day and night. That's not 100% true, because in fact, there's a strong and rich tradition of Kabbalah amongst the non-Chasidim. And even when the non-Chasidim became defined as quote-unquote Misnagdim, they had their strong Kabbalistic lineage. In fact, the Vilna Gaon himself, as we'll see, started learning Kabbalah at the age of 9, he says. And the Vilna Gaon says that already by the age of 12, he was at the verge of making a golem, until there was some voice from above or what have you told him not to get involved in that. And then the Vilna Gaon obsessively was learning, spent hours upon hours every day learning Kabbalah, the Zohar, the writings of the Eitz Chaim, and what have you. And hopefully, if we have time, we'll go on and see that this was a major sticking point between the Chasidim and the Misnagdim was how to pursue the study of Kabbalah. Okay? Be it as it may. Oh, by the way, till this day, there are great non-Hasidic Kabbalists, meaning, what do I mean by non-Hasidic? I mean specifically Kabbalists that are followers of the Vilna Gaon's Kabbalistic approach. Okay? So people that we think are, Misnagdim, no. A lot of them are learning Kabbalah deeply. Okay. Be it as it may, this period of spring 1772, and hopefully we'll soon read what were the allegations themselves. They came out, these various communities, Shklov, Vilna, Brody, what have you, got together and they came out with what can be called the first formal cherem, excommunication against the Chasidim, the first salvo, so to speak. Okay? This created an uproar, both in the whole Jewish world. Why? Because this wasn't just excommunication, but the community of Brody went and published like 6-7 documents of the excommunications and of different towns against and stipulating the allegations against the Chasidim. This pamphlet, which was, I forget how many pages, it was small, maybe less than 20 pages or so. This is known as Zamir Aritzim. Which means to trim like the unruly stems and to straighten, clear out the stones. It's intimation that they're here to clear up house and to save Judaism from the Hasidic corruptions of and their new ways. Okay, so this was published, so it spread. At the same time, the Chasidim had their own. They organized themselves and went to try to get rid of as many copies of this pamphlet as they can. So down history, only very few copies of the Zamer Aritzim survived. But there was enough to survive, and there's two versions are very similar that did survive until this day and were reprinted in the 20th century. And that's how we have the full text of it. And hopefully we'll look at it soon. So that went on from spring into summer, created the reaction that you have nothing to do with the Chasidim and you should persecute them, yada, yada, yada. Now, what did the Chasidim themselves do? So the students of the Maggid, even those that weren't around the Maggid anymore, they came back to Ravna, to where the Maggid was, and they had their own meetings, what to do. Quite a few of the Maggid students wanted to make their own counter excommunication, chayr. And in fact, in a certain trove of literature, which is known as the Cherson Geniza, which turns out to be all more or less forgeries, although the Lubavitch Rebbes say that they are authentic, or at least their content is authentic. Be it as it may, there is an actual counter excommunication, I think, in one of these Cherson Geniza letters. But I don't think academics will consider them as authentic. Story is that the Maggid said, no, don't make a communication. We should be those that absorb, receive humiliation. But don't go and humiliate others. Okay. So ultimately, the way I understand is, yeah, Jonathan Schroeder is asking, the same Cherson was bombed this morning? Yes, 100%. The very same Cherson. The story why it's called the Cherson Geniza is the following. Because right after the end of World War I, someone came around and said, with the upheaval of the war, the archives of Kiev, Kiev, as they say now, the capital of Ukraine, were ransacked or were opened and materials came out. And in there were the archives that were confiscated by the Ruzhin Rebbe, Rabbi Yisrael Ruzhin, back in the 1840s, 50s. Now got them out. And now this individual was starting to sell them for really high prices to Chasidim. And there was a Lubavitcher Chassid who bit the bait, a very wealthy one. His name was Shmuel Gerari. And he paid a lot, like 100,000 rubles, if not more. And he gave it as a gift to the Reb Shalom Ber of Lubavitch, the Rebbe Rashab. I think by then the Rashab was already in Rostov. He left already Lubavitch because of the war. And the Rebbe Rashab and his son, who was to be the previous Rebbe, the Rebbe Yossi, it's like they went through it and they came out to say, yes, these are authentic. And till this day, this Geniza archive is in the Lubavitch Library in Brooklyn. Now, the reason why it's called Cherson is because this fellow was peddling these documents, fake, we want to call it fake documents, in Cherson, right after the war. Okay. In fact, quite early on, by the early 20s, in some academic journals, there were scholars that even were able to name the forger. They sort of knew who he was. So most academics don't take it seriously. Some take it a little serious enough to say that at least it's showing a certain mood or state, yada yada. I don't know. I'm not gonna give my own opinion here. It's not clear, but I'm just presenting to you the different opinions and the information. Okay. Be it as it may, this excommunication came out again, spring 1772. And Chasidim are now being persecuted. Then the Maggid passes away at the very end of 1772. In fact, the Maggid's yahrzeit is Yutas Kislev. Right. Yeah. So after his death, passing, Tira, the clash, let's call it, between Chasidim and Misnagdim continued. Then, but still on the timeline here, at some point in the late 70s, some of the major Chasidim of the Maggid, who were themselves at this point Rebbes, most notably the Mendel of Harduk, or Vitebsk, as they call him. He's the author of the Sefer Pri Haaretz, and his colleague Rabbi Avram Kalisker of Kalisk. Actually, I'm going to add one here. And then the reason why I added this is because one of the reasons why the Chayrim took hold in 1772 was that there were some Chassid followers of the Maggid, most notably Avram Kalsker, and I think Reb Chaikel of Amber also, who started doing funny behavior, such as making what we call in the Hasidic community in Yiddish kulas, somersaults. They would do, like in their dancing or ecstatic prayer even, they'd start doing wild behaviors. So there's two parts here. First of all, the Chasidim, and this we have in the documentation through all of these materials all the way to the late 1790s, that one of the main allegations against Chasidim or their mode of prayer is that they do a lot of shuckling, shaking, and make gesticulations with their hands. And, they're what we call very embodied, right? If you've ever been to like an ecstatic dance or something, very somatically oriented. And I just read somewhere recently that, so like years later than this, but same idea, that in Vilna, one of the Misnagdim were complaining to a Chassid, why are you Chasidim making all your hand movements and clapping while you're davening and loudly and all that? All right, he heard it. It's like a day or two later, he meets this group again and he starts going to them. Oh, you're such an amazing person. I can't believe it. What? And then the other guy, wow, you're such a Talmud Chacham. It goes on and on and on. And they're all taking it in. Yeah. Nice. Really great. So then after he finishes insulting, he says, fools, what do you think I'm doing when I'm davening? I'm praising God. How could I not express myself the way, if I'm speaking to a human, I express myself this way, all the more so to God. Okay, Yossi has his hand up briefly.
Is it possible that the general accounts that they gave over is probably something they witnessed on part of the real, let's say, Karliners, who actually do those kinds of
Karliners, I hear what you're saying. Karliners have the thing of davening out loud.
Right.
Shouting, as we know. So some of it is there, but it seems like there were at this point, Reb Aaron Hazakin, I think he's called, the very first Karliner Rebbe, already passed away. He already passed away in the times of the Maggid in 1770, if I recall. He had a student, the one who should have succeeded him, his son or grandson, was too young. So he had a student, Reb Shloimeh, The Reb Shlomo took over. That's Reb Shlomo Karliner. He was not the actual son of the Baron. He was his main student. And they continued this way. But as I mentioned, the ones that were behaving maybe even more unruly, doing really things that came across as really nonsensical, was Avram Kalisker. In fact, the famous letter that the Alter Rebbe wrote years later to Kalisker after they got into a fight and putting him in his place, he said he reminded Avram Kalisker, like in like 3 decades later, in the early 1800s, that the whole first Cherem was somewhat happened because Avram Kalisker was behaving in wild ways. And the Alter Rebbe said that's not the way the Maggid wanted us to be, to go around acting like crazy people. And the Vart was, it says, in Shnas Tav Kuflamet Talk, Tav Kuflamet is have the same letters as Talk, is nicht given a Talk. Talk in Yiddish is another way to say being ordered, organized, to be behaving normally. So the Vart was that in the year 1770, Tav Kuflamed was all chaotic. It went on that talk. Okay. When we see the Cherem of 1772, hopefully we'll get to it. We'll see more details what we were talking about. All right. So we're continuing. So then in the late 1770s, 1777, Menlo Daka, Avram Kalisker, and the Alter Rebbe, Shnei Zalman of Liozna, then he was, I suppose, or Rabbi. That's where he was born. They all three started traveling to Israel. Then when they got to a certain place out east, I think Podolia, what have you, somewhere far enough, the two, like the Alter Rebbe Shnei Zalman was the youngest of the students of the Maggid. Menlo Daka and Kalisker were older. They turned to Shnei Zalman and said, look, we can't abandon ship. The people need a leader here in Europe, in the Pale Settlement. So we'll go ahead, but you turn back and you lead the Chasidim of what's known as Reisin and Lita, which is basically Belarus and things like that, and even spreading a bit into Lithuania. Though they were already Chasidim Lithuania, the Karliners, so much so that they were, like the Karliners were so popular in a way that Chasidim initially were called Karliners. All Chasidim were called Karliners in an almost disparaging way, because those that opposed the Chasidim didn't want to use the word Chasid, which means pious, on Chasidim, because they didn't view them as pious. To the contrary. So they use this term Karliners. And that's why in a lot of the documents, you'll see it's called Hakata Karliner, like you could call it the Karliner cult, including the documents to the government, the Tsarist government that we looked at last week very briefly. There too goes into, that's what they're called, Karliners. Just to show you that, yes, initially they were number one. But with the years, actually, as what happened was by the 1780s, even especially the 1790s, the Shnei Zalman became so popular and attracted so many Chasidim that he had to make special takanot, edicts, that Chasidim should not come to him. They could come only twice a year, and they have to get permission and be on the list. And twofold. First of all, because just practically they couldn't hold. Liozna wasn't a big town; they couldn't take all these Chasidim. As A. B. They didn't want to create too much suspicion into the government of a new movement, all these people traveling, you know what I mean? So that's the point. So so Shnei Zalman turns back, 1777, comes back. He stays a couple years, some years in isolation, learning. By the way, out east there, Jonathan, remember when we were reading a few weeks ago about the Baal Shem Tov crossing the Nestor River with his gartel, with his belt, remember? From the Degel, his grandson said. Actually, the Nestor is, I think, mentioned in these texts as maybe till where they were. It was somewhere east, and the Maggid himself wound up there, was staying there in the area called Podolia, which is like east of Ukraine area. Okay. So that goes on. during this period in 1780, back to the timeline on the screen, in 1780, the very first book of Chassidus is published. And that is called Toldos Yaakov Yosef. Right? It's actually from our parshas, Eila Toldos Yaakov Yosef, right? So who is he? Yaakov Yosef of Polna was the great Mochiach lecturer of Polna. He was a top student of the Baal Shem Tov. In fact, he was the main, you could even call it contender to the succession of the Baal Shem. We view now, Magid was the number one student, successor, and the Toldos was number two. And there are different stories what happened, why the Toldos did not take over, and why the Magid did. Maybe for another time, if we'll share. There were certain reasons. Some of it practically seems that he didn't have, again, a certain type of charisma that was needed. But what happened was, so he settled in the town of Polna, and there he published his own, you want to call them drashas, sermons or insights on the parshas, right? Within his writings, he adds many times, Shemati Mimari, I heard from my teacher, my master, which means the Baal Shem Tov. And in fact, the book that we have of the Baal Shem Tov's teachings, which is called Keter Shem Tov, I'm not going to pull it out, I have it on my shelf here, most of it is just excerpting the parts of the book Toldos Yaakov Yosef that's bringing down the pure Torahs of the Baal Shem Tov. It's not always accurate. There are those that went through it again to fine-tune it. We know for sure what's from the Magid, what's from the Yaakov Yosef. I don't know. Okay. Then he also, by the way, he published another 2 volumes, like a year later to another volume and then another. What happened was, in this very first book of Hasidic publication, the teachings that he brought down, they were written in a way that could be distorted or could be taken in a way that, twofold, more than one way. First one, and this is quite obvious, the way he's chastising the rabbinic social order, the hierarchy of the rabbis that run and control things. So he's almost coming out against the rabbanim and things like that. And then also there's certain teachings that are in it, theologically and also about prayer, things that could be misconstrued as being, not holy enough or not kosher enough. Let's say, for example, just one like, and when you pray, you should shake to cleave with God, just like when a husband is with his wife, a man with a woman, in order to have intercourse, there's movement and such as that. But the way he phrased it made it sound like that as if the chas is supposed to think about copulation while praying. You know what I mean? Which wasn't his intent. But that's the way the Misnagdim distorted. That's one example, and several things like that. So between that and also that Chasidim were starting to spread more, becoming more popular, so the Misnagdim felt a need to come out with a second cherem edict in 1781. I think it started in also Vilna and Minsk and some other place. And remember also the Vilna Gaon signed off on all these main cherems from the very beginning, from 1772. So it was no small thing. Okay. Now I say here cherem number 2, and then we'll see in 1796 cherem number 3. But the truth is, and as we see later in 1783, there were other smaller cherems, excommunications. But a lot of them were echoing what was already established. And there were other critiques. And there's a whole, again, as I mentioned, Vilinsky printed 2 volumes in this genre of the critiques of Misnagdim, of Chasidim mainly, and some responses from Chasidim to Misnagdim. So 1781, another cherem comes out, and then, as mentioned, Shneur Zalman's leadership expands more through the 1780s. Then there's more cherems, Krakow, then additional edicts from Molav and Shklov, what have you. But they were, I mean, the reason why they always had to keep on making new cherim is because it was hard to keep up with it, to ostracize a major part of the Jewish community, especially when more and more people were becoming Chasidim. 1781 one was even more harsh in certain ways. It was more economic even. You're not allowed to lease or rent properties to Chasidim and other things like that. Then what happens is, sometime in the early 1790s, another book of Hasidism is printed, and it's called Tzava Terivash, which means the will of Rabbi Saul Baal Shem Tov, of the Baal Shem Tov. And as we know, and it's mentioned many a times, this was not the Baal Shem Tov's own will. It was rather the teachings that a Chassid of the Baal Shem Tov, a very famous writer who published quite a bit of Chassidus, wrote and published quite a bit of Chassidus, including from the Maggid. His name is, I think, the Yeshaya Yanovich. So he wrote a collection of certain practical directives from the Baal Shem Tov. How to live, how to be happy, how to serve God in every moment, etc., etc. It's a very interesting book. And this became a very popular. And in fact, just so you know, even before it was actually printed, a lot of these Hasidic teachings were already spreading in copy pamphlets and writings in Kuntresim. So like the teachings were already spreading even before there was any publications. So therefore, you could even see, even pre-publication, certain critiques against the Hasidic teachings, because they were these copied pamphlets, some of them did wind up in the hands of the Misnagdim opponents. And then there were allegations by Chasidim that Misnagdim were deliberately changing the text and making it look more heretical or antinomian, and using that as to support their persecution of the Chasidim. And in fact, that's also why early on, Shnezam Liadi, the Alter Rebbe wanted his students to bring all these written pamphlets to Liajna, that his brother, Yodolei, Shnezam, who was a great scholar, and others should go over and proofread it and validate them, that they're kosher, that they weren't corrupted copies. And in fact, that was one of the reasons that led to publication of Hasidic teachings, was because they didn't want it to be corrupted if it's handwritten. Whereas if it's published, it's black and white. But again, even earlier, the Alter Rebbe Shnei was very upset that the Talmid Yaakov Yosef published the teachings of the Baal Shem Tov in a very unfiltered way, and in a way that was able to be used by the Misnagdim, albeit in a distorted way, but it was being used as it was weaponized to attack the Chasidim, continue attacking the Chasidim. Okay. So already in the mid-90s, in fact, there are letters of the Shnezam Liadi explaining certain passages, some major passage in the Tzava Terivash, that why it is not heretical, why when we say that it's not that the divine is in a revealed state manifested in a Gentile or what have you, animal things that are disturbing one with his prayers. But there were certain subtle linguistic differences between indwelling sharsa or mislabefshas in clothing. And now's not the time to go too theologically in all these points. In fact, this letter is published in Igeres HaKodesh, in the Tanya itself. And it's important. Maybe we will get at the point to look at it, because there are important parts there that deal with those. I'm just mentioning it because it's related to what we were discussing before, the Hasidic approach that the divine is in a very imminent way in all of creation. Whereas the Misnagdim, as hopefully we'll see later too, said, yes, God is present, but not the essence of God. Just God's supervision is in the world. But the pristine supernal state of the divine does not lower itself into the physical, corrupted, even dirty world, or places of impurity. So that went on. So that was 1790s. And then in 1796, wait, Yossi, you have your hand up? You have a quick question, or is that from earlier?
Yeah, just quick question.
Yeah.
Two things. So the Alter Rebbe's whatever that letter is a response. Is that a direct response? There's a famous letter from the Vilna Gaon where he talks about stones and sticks.
Yeah, we spoke about that last week. We're getting to that. Okay.
And number two, do we have it corroborated, or where was it that the Misnagdim came up with this bilbo that all kinds of tinus on the Alter Rebbe, that he had his granddaughter on his lap, or something to that effect? He was
that Alter Rebbe did?
Yeah. They said certain things that he was eating on. He was eating on Yom Kippur, as it turned out. I don't know. There were certain things that.
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember these stuff, and I don't think it's in any of the primary texts. I think it's all hieroglyphical stuff. I should look at it. Maybe when I go through it, maybe I'll look at it more. But I did the thing of fast and not eating on Yom Kippur on the fast they had to do. It was just a technical thing. It was
right. There were 3 points, and they were able to refute and contend with all of them.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. So I don't remember the exact details, but it does ring true in some way. Maybe I'll find it over the next week. Okay. Mm. So because of this, because of the publication of the Tzavat Rivash that already brought a more of a brought back to full force the attack against Chasidim, but there was another event that I think we mentioned it last week, and maybe we'll look at the primary text about it again this week. And that was that around this time, in 1795, 96, someone was traveling through more western part of the Europe Pale settlement, more like in, I think it was Breslau and Hamburg, which is now like the areas of Germany, claiming to be the son of the Vilna Gaon, and claiming that the Vilna Gaon has by now retracted his opposition to the Chasidim. And this got out, so much so that this became the trigger, an impetus to come out with Cherem number 3 against the Chasidim. Okay. Now, if this is a true story or not, Hasidic scholars, researchers like Yeshua Munsheim claim it's an invented story by the Misnagdim. The Misnagdim hold that it is true. It's one of those situations. I mean, I've read Munsheim's reasonings why he thinks it's a made-up story. Some of his points ring true. I don't know. Again, I don't know what actually happened.
On their account, they believe that this guy was like feigning this, or they believe that he talked.
Who's they?
The Misnagdim's account.
I just said that the Misnagdim felt that it is true, and the Chasidim said it's not.
Right. That it's true that it actually happened, or that this guy was, but they believe that he was actually the son of the Vilna Gaon, is what I'm saying.
That the whole thing is no. The whole point is that he's an imposter. He's making up. That's why they felt the need to come out against it, because the less people believe this, that the Vilna Gaon did retract, so they came out against this. That the Chasidim are spreading false rumors, things like that, and therefore that led to reinforce the cherem against Chasidim for the third main time. And again, this wasn't really 3. There were several others in between these two, but these are. And that itself was a whole process. Again, like at least like the 1772, it was multiple communities. It was again Shlov getting reaching out to Vilna, and Vilna responding, and then Minsk getting involved, and the delegate from Minsk going to the Vilna Gaon to see there were questions. Maybe this third cherem has been faked itself, but then they got confirmation from the Vilna Gaon it's true, and all this stuff. And in order to make it clear, the Vilna Gaon came out with his own letter So until now, all these excommunications and notices and edicts were of like the community heads or the Dayanim, and the Vilna Gaon also signed on to it. But then there was this one letter at the very end, again, it's like called end of summer, beginning of spring of 17. Actually, I think this letter came out Yirah Tishrei Tavkuf Nun Zayin. So that would be the day after Yom Kippur in the fall of 1796. And then the Kohen comes out with this longish letter confirming or reaffirming that yes, he's against the Chasidim and giving reasons why. And that is the letter that you mentioned, Yossi, about that that it's even in every rock and stone. And in fact, that part, as I mentioned last week, is just a few lines of a longer letter. And few people really look at the whole letter. They only look at that theological point. But as I mentioned last week, there's aspects related to Kibbud Av V'Eim also mentioned there and other things. So, and again, part of what I would like to do here is to actually share and go through some of these primary texts, not every word, obviously everything, but just to get certain pointers. But now I'm just laying out the whole scheme, and then we could go into the primary text, and you know what we're talking about and where it belongs. All right. So that letter comes out. Then it seems like a few months later, Shneir Zalman, that means the Alter Rebbe of Liadi, writes a letter to the community of Vilna, to his own Chasidim, explaining and defending the Hasidic way. And this is also the famous letter where he describes how more than 20 years before, in the early 1700s, he and Mendel Haraduker went and tried to actually meet the Vilna Gaon in person, but the Vilna Gaon ran away and wouldn't see them, right? This is a known story, and it's been discussed in different ways. I did mention last week that some people like of the Misnagdim, of contemporary Misnagdim, like Nosson Kamenetsky, I think his name is Nosson, maybe it's David Kamenetsky, Nosson Kamenetsky, yeah, he's a scholar, he's a firm scholar. Like Shurim claims that it's not a real letter, it's forged, but based on the evidence that I saw, especially the fact that there are almost contemporaneous copies of this letter back then to the late 1790s or early 1800s, that confirm that this is the Alter Rebbe's letter. The style of the writing is also the Alter Rebbe's. So I'm taking it as a valid letter. Okay. So that goes on. Around this time, also, end of 17, actually, this could even be technically a little earlier, because it was Yutas Kislev, Tavkuf Nun Zayin could have technically been the very end of 1796. So maybe I'm just going to move this till here and just make it 1796 end. And just dates are not clear always, because like at least in our calendar, because like just even the years here, when it gets to the end of December time, which is around Kislev time, because in Russia they were still following the Julian calendar, which is like 11 days off from our Gregorian calendar. Some situations where the dating could sound like it's 1797 or something, but it's really 1796 for us, whatever. Be it as it may, Chav Kislev, day after Yutas Kislev, 1790. Netanya is printed, the famous number one book of Chabad. It actually took several months till it was published. So it was sent out already summer of 1796 to get published. It took several, and then was finally published anonymously. The Alter Rebbe's name is not on it, but it seems like people caught on quite quickly that it's both that it's both a Hasidic book, and B, who the real author is. Okay. So that seems to have also reinforced the opposition against Chasidim. Incidentally, it reinforced the opposition against Chasidim, but this was also the beginning of another thing that happened, which was the beginning of the split of the Hasidic community from within. And it was, in fact, the Tanya being published with this new way of explaining and teaching Chassidus, which found critique by some of the Rebbes of the time, including Rev Ram Kalisker, who writes to the Alter Rebbe from Russia, oh, you're being too intellectual here. This is not the way the Maggid told us to be. The Maggid said to be more just heart-oriented, not mind-oriented.
You're mixing the Maggid and the whatever. You're mixing, right? Wasn't that one of his contentions, that you're mixing up two, you're like synchronizing two different paths that are not. That's what I remember reading. Anyway, Aaron has a great question.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not going to go too deep into that now. Maybe when we discuss later. If your point is that the Chasidim are not different than others, somewhat, you could say, in fact, guess what? You're onto something here, Aaron. In fact, when it comes to this whole issue of the Vilna Gaon's approach versus Alter Rebbe's, so I was going to bring it up when we actually get to look at the text, but I'll mention it now, at least fleetingly. A lot of it had to do with these very points of how do you understand the concepts brought down in Kabbalah, and particularly in the Lyrianic writings, specifically on this idea of the immanence of God in creation and all that. And the Alter Rebbe, one of his things is that you Vilna Gaon are biased because you have your way, and the one main bias he says, and maybe we'll see how it really holds out, is that he claimed that the Vilna Gaon doesn't really believe that everything that Arizal wrote is true, was channeled through Gilui Eliyahu from revelation from Eliyahu himself, but rather that the Vilna Gaon held some general aspects were from Eliyahu himself, but a lot of it is not, and a lot of it is founded on just rational ways of perceiving Kabbalah, and therefore the Vilna Gaon could, but have you have his own interpretation of Lyrianic teachings, or even modify, change the text itself. That was a main way of the Vilna Gaon's way of learning, teaching, and writing his Chedushim innovation was to actually correct the texts, even if he didn't have any variant manuscripts in front of him, just based on his ingenious knowledge of Torah and a deep acumen of the ideas, he was actually able to change words from whether it was Talmud or the Zohar or the Arizal. And this was critiqued by Chasidim a bit, somewhat. Be it as it may, so the Alter Rebbe says in that letter where he's saying that he says to get to know the real meaning of what the Arizal is saying, we have to have certain unbiased Kabbalists, scholars who know Lyrianic Kabbalah through and through. And he said, like the Sephardic Kabbalists or Kabbalists from the other, like in the countries that are not in Ashkenaz, that they have a purer understanding of Lyrianic ideas and teachings. Of course, the Vilna Gaon and the sign didn't take him up on the challenge, but you see there that the Alter Rebbe himself was saying, "Don't just take my word for it. I'm giving down what the main way that we're to learn the Arizal." Now, the truth is, and I mean, scholars would say this for sure, that Chasidim themselves have modified the pure teachings of the Arizal. So it's not just the Vilna Gaon was doing this, but the Chasidim were doing it, but in different ways. But they're also guilty of reinterpreting Lyrianic Kabbalah for the way, for their perspective or needs, whatever it is. We're not getting right now into the nitty gritty of the issues. I'm just laying out the points and why what Aaron is saying has some order.
Is there any work that does go into this in a very in-depth?
We could learn. You want to learn? We'll go through it. What do you want? A book in English?
No, yeah. It's a book in English.
I don't know how deep. I think Yisrael Lamb wrote a whole book about the disputes between Chasidim Misnagdim, was semi-popular in the early 80s. I think he came out with it. I forget the title. Norman Lamb, I think it was. Norman Lamb. I think the guy from YU, the dean of YU, I think wrote on this. And then more recently, there's a scholar, Emmanuel Etkes, he wrote two intellectual biographies, one of the Alter Rebbe, and one of the Vilna Gaon. And he brings some of these ideas in there. And then if you want academically, there are a bunch of different scholars that have gone through these subjects. So hopefully as we unfold here, you'll just get enough of knowing even what there is to discuss about. And then after that, we can go into the details and discuss the things themselves. You know what I mean, Yossi? Right.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Wait, let me pause a moment. I'm mute there. All right. So, a second. So, as mentioned, you're right. The third claim, 1796, a little more than a year later. Actually, this letter of the Vilna Gaon, I said it was the day after Yom Kippur, 1796, and Chol HaMoed Sukkos of 1797, a little more than a year later, the Vilna Gaon passes away. Okay? And what happens is, and this is my personal hunch, just seeing the original documents and what was going on, it seems like two things. First of all, already around this time, 1796, and we have documented that the Vilna Gaon got very not well. Apparently, he already had an issue, I forget when earlier, maybe it's the early 1790s. I don't know what kind, if it was a stroke, if it was a this or that. What does it mean he wasn't well? It's not clear. But again, sometime circa 1796, he got not well again. And it seems like he became weaker and less, and then eventually he passes away. Now, it seems like the Misnagdim in Vilna were already anticipating the Vilna Gaon's passing, which is why, and I don't have it on the timeline, even a day or two before the Vilna Gaon passes away, there's already a semi-secret meeting of the heads of the Misnagdim of the Kehillah of Vilna of how to expand and take the persecution of the Chasidim to even more to a more radical way of persecuting the Chasidim, and we'll see in what ways we mean. So he passes away, and the next day, again, they were already preparing for it. They come out with a reaffirmation of the third Chayr. And this time it's even more. Here they say openly, anyone can go and attack Chasidim. You could beat them up. You could go into their stores, take what you want, throw things around, go into their homes, chase them, do things like real violence.
Does it say like explicitly that their blood is licit? Or?
Yeah, things like that. Yes.
Wow.
And there are situations, it seems like, that it got almost close to that. Even before this, there was something called Haredef Hanela, which was the communities, specifically Vilna. Now, when it comes to Vilna, there's a whole discussion because there's a lot of internal politics between the rabbi, the Rav, Shmuel Avigdor, his name was, not the Avigdor that we know that libeled the Alter Rebbe, different. His name was Shmuel. There was a Rav, and there was strong, it was very heavy internal fights, political fights going on, which also some people say explains why for several years, if you look up here, from like in the early 1790s, there wasn't that much open edicts or excommunications written because those that would have done it, the Vilna heads of the community, were too busy fighting amongst themselves. But once it seems like that settled around 1796, so now they could get back to the fight with the Chasidim. Okay, and they come out. Oh, so I was mentioning that there was this concept called Reidef Hanelam. That means the secret persecutor. Meaning that they would have the Kehillah, the heads of the Kehillah, Kahal, and in the Vilna scenario, there were 5 main ones that were running things, and they were making all these secret anti-Hasidic meetings. and they would designate someone whose job was to just be like a violent terrorist. To go, you see Chasidim, go beat them up, make rubble, ruckus, whatever you want. Now, it seems like with this new reaffirmation, right after the Vilna Gaon passes away, is when they loosen it up and says it's not just one person that we're pointing to this, but anyone. You could take the law in your own hands and just go carte blanche, everyone, and just persecute the Chasidim. Now, as we will see during this, as this went by through 1797 into 1798, there were actually, the Alter Rebbe had to write letters to different communities where to his Chasidim in different communities to convince them not to react to all these attacks and persecutions. Again, echoing from what he said in 1772, that was the Maggid's wish, right? Not to chase and be nalavim veinim oilvim. But there were a couple cases where the Chasidim couldn't. It got so bad that they did inform the government, and there was reaction to that. And in some cases, it helped the Chasidim, sometimes not. It seems. But the Alter Rebbe was upset even for that, even though the Chasidim were being persecuted physically, violently. At one point, I don't know if you know this, there was something, the shuls in the Pale of Settlement had something called a kuna. A kuna was, you would see this in like medieval town squares, and then they would have it around churches also later. It's like the contraption where you put your head through and two hands, and you're held there in this humiliating way, locked in.
Stocks.
And then they what?
Oh, stocks.
What is it called?
Stocks.
Stocks?
Stocks. Stock. Yeah, they used to do it like for
right.
witch hunts.
STOCK? Is that what you say?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't know how to call it in English. Right. And then they would also give spankings or whippings to the person locked up there. So Vilna did that to one of the main Chasidim. And one of these main Chasidim, they burnt down his house. He barely made it out alive. Now, just to go back to the passing of the Vilna Gaon, just an interesting note that, so when does the Vilna Gaon pass away? Chol HaMoed. What is Chol HaMoed we know, and traditionally? Is Simchas Beis HaShe'eva. Right? So the Alter Rebbe already came out openly saying a letter thereafter, or saying that none of the Chasidim should celebrate the passing of the Vilna Gaon. Don't be like the famous verse from Psalm. When your an enemy falls, don't rejoice. Like don't make any stuff. But first they didn't get the vart because it was right after the Chasidim in Vilna or so whatever. It was Simchas Beis HaShe'eva, which they would celebrate anyway, right? So they were singing and celebrating. The Misnagdim interpreted it as that they were celebrating the passing of the Vilna Gaon. So that upset them even more. And there was, I think, even a beating up. I think someone even died. I'm not sure which way it went. Misnagid beat up a chassid till his death, or chassid and Misnagid. I'm just saying there was real blood being spilled throughout in this piece. This is like like almost, if you want to say on the violent end, this is where it reached its climax. This time, end of 1797 through 1798.
Is there any evidence that the Baal HaTanya held the Vilna Gaon in high esteem? I mean, I'm sure. Yeah,
he calls him Agayin HaChassid always, and speaks very reverential about him. But he also says he erred. He's made a mistake. So there was always this, because no one could dispute the Vilna Gaon's great acuity and knowledge of Torah.
I heard about Chassid saying that he was an agent of the Sun. Mamash using that language.
Yes, it is, and in fact, it's used by actually the Rebbe Rashab. His Chabad Rebbe said this in a Farbrengen, but it's not published. There's parts of the Rebbe Rashab's Farbrengen. The book of the Rebbe Rashab's Farbrengen is called Teres Shalom. And of Teres Shalom, there's something called the Hashmatis, the things that they took out, that they didn't publish. So there's certain of these anecdotes about the Vilna Gaon that didn't make it into publication. But yes, but even then, they're saying almost they're sort of being malamet tzfus in a way. The Vilna Gaon, they're saying it was really not him. He himself wouldn't have done it. It's just the Samach Mem came into him and led him astray with taking. I mean, the thing was from the Vilna Gaon's point of view, there were certain things that were, according to Torah halachically, he would have to take. Certain witnesses. If two witnesses say something that happened, you have to accept as true. So on and so on. The Vilna Gaon who wasn't going to go start suspecting if these witnesses are saying the whole truth, or if they're embellishing or being false, testifying falsely, and so on. Also, the Vilna Gaon by nature, after he did much travels in his early 20s and 30s, once he made it to Vilna, he just stayed in his own place, his own room. He deliberately was not the Rav, the Dayan of Vilna, because it was not his thing to be involved with community affairs or even to socialize that much with people. He would just stay in his room learning, and he had he had a small yeshiva attached to his house, and he would at times interact with them, but even then, not much. But his thing was that he was a bit of a Torah misanthrope, you could say. So he didn't, to him, the truth was whatever entered his room that he heard directly from witnesses or from his advisors, assistants, what have you, that fed him information. And the Chasidim's claims were that these were false witnesses and that these advisors were giving him false information. But from the Vilna Gaon's own perspective, he was just following the law, So again, you could say he was an unintentional opposer, but the fact is the Vilna Gaon signed off on all this, and that gave the validity for it. Okay. So again, the persecutions of Chasidim are going through 1798. Then comes to the summer of 1798, time right after Shavuos. That is when that letter of, let me see if I still have it open here. Yeah, here. That letter of libel that I showed you last week. I'm just going to show you again here. This letter of here's a more detailed timeline having to do with these specific documents. Okay. Here, this letter of libel. So this was written. This was right at beginning of summer 1798. You see, right before Shavuos, in fact, the 4th of Sivan, May 8th, 1798. Okay, and that opened up the whole investigation by the Russian Tsarist authorities, and they spent the next few months from Sivan. So you have Sivan, Tammuz of Elul into Tishrei. Over 3 months, with their own investigators and what have you, and they came to the conclusion: yes, they should bring the Alter Rebbe into St. Petersburg, arrest him, and that happened right after Simchas Torah in the fall of 1798. That was the arrest of Shnei Zalman from his hometown of Liozna, and then was the whole thing where he was arrested, he was being interrogated, and then that's when he wrote all his answers and such. That went on until he was released the 19th of Kislev, which was, again, actually, he got the notice that he's free on the 19th of Kislev, but he didn't actually leave prison until the next day, the 20th. Okay, there's an interesting story, and maybe I'll give soon about this. Okay, I'll tell you now, maybe. So what happened was, the certificate, in fact, I showed you last week, if you want to see again, here. Here, the actual release document. This was the 19th Kislev released certificate of release. 17 November 1798, that's the 20th of Kislev. The bearer of this certificate, the Jew Rabbi Zalman Baruchovich, that's a patronym. Shnei Zalman's father's name was Baruch. Is currently here in Petersburg for a certain matter. Being that there is no further need for him now, he's hereby free to go back to his home, that is in the province of Yelorussia, that's the Yajna. To certify this, it is befitting that when he reaches Vitebsk, he should appear with this certificate. That was, I think, the capital of Yelorussia. With this, he should bring this certificate before the governor. Okay. So basically, and also earlier, the Tsar said, even though he's released here, even though he says the order to release them all, again, it wasn't just Alter Rebbe, there were like 20 plus other Chasidim, up to 22 or 30 more Chasidim. And by the way, those Chasidim, a lot of them came out on the 5th night of Hanukkah. So that's why the 5th night of Hanukkah is also a Hasidic holiday. Assuming that they cannot find suspicion, but then the Tsar adds, they need to be strictly supervised, particularly regarding the context of Rabbalah, and do find out if the suspicion was only spoken words or also in writing. So basically, yes, he's free, he can go back home, but they're still keeping an eye on him. Okay? The story I wanted to share, I don't know if I don't think I shared this last. So the story is, so the Chasidim heard that he's getting out right, he's coming out the 20th, because they were, I suppose, told a certain time. But the Alter Rebbe was actually released earlier. And so he got in, they gave him a ride. I don't know if it was like a coach, like a taxi of those days, whatever it is. And he knew he was to go to this chassid that was who lived in St. Petersburg. You know, very few Jews were allowed to live in St. Petersburg. You needed, because it was outside the Pale of Settlement. So you needed special permits because of business or other things. So there was a chassid, I think his name was Nasa Nutkin, that who was helping the Alter Rebbe those days. It was, I think, from his house that they would send the kosher meals to the Alter Rebbe in prison. So the Alter Rebbe comes to the house. He comes there, and he sees the front door. He walks in on the first floor. What's the story? Really, the chassid lived upstairs. Who lived downstairs? This, as we say, Fabisin and Misnagdim, a real rabid Misnagdim who actually was involved in getting Alter Rebbe imprisoned. I forget his name, if it was Frumkin or something like that, I forget. And the Misnagdim sees Alter Rebbe comes in. So, wow, it's like he got him trapped in his house. So he tells Alter Rebbe, you know, halachically, you come to someone's house, you have to give respect to the achsanya, the host, and sit down. And so please sit down. He offered Alter Rebbe some food and drink, and he used this all as an opportunity to arrange barrage the Alter Rebbe all different questions and accusations that the Misnagdim had against Chasidim. Why did you change the kedusha of Musaf to Keser from Nektisha? Why don't you keep the Zman time of praying right? Why you blah 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 blah? All these different allegations. This went on. I forget the exact amount of hours. Went out for 4 or 6 hours. What happened? Meanwhile, the Chasidim were at the prison. They're waiting and waiting. The Alter Rebbe didn't arrive. Then they found out that the Alter Rebbe left. So they go back to Nutkin's house, and he's not there either. So they're hanging out outside, not knowing what to do. One chassid looks in through the window and sees, behold, Alter Rebbe is sitting at the table, and this Misnagdim is just like verbally going after the Alter Rebbe, the whole thing. So they barge into the Misnagid's home, and they literally want to go and like physically restrain him or beat him up or what have you. And the Alter Rebbe said, no, don't do that, because he actually gave me food, and they left. There's one version of the story is a bit apocryphal. It's only one, not the official version, but which I did see somewhere in from an older source. Says that amongst these Chasidim, one Chassid did go and start to beat up the Misnagdim. So when the Alter Rebbe said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Not to." He said, "Yeah." He happened to be a Chassid of the Karliners, not from the Alter Rebbe. So he said, "You said that for your Chasidim, they should not be known, but I'm not your Chassid. I'm the Karliner Rebbe, so I could." So, anyways, whatever it is, he left and he went upstairs. and that's when he really relaxed. And because that is when the famous saying Dr. Rebbe said that the full whatever amount of hours that he sat by the Misnagdim was more harsh, more intense, took more toll on him than all the weeks he sat in the Petropavlovsk prison, fortress prison, St. Petersburg. There are pictures of this fortress prison when Dr. Rebbe stayed. In fact, if you go there to this day in St. Petersburg, have one of the cells, which they claim is Alter Rebbe's cells, they have like a mannequin of the Alter Rebbe in there, and they say this is Alter Rebbe's cell. Though historians say it's not true because the original structure was taken down, though this is built on the same site, but it's not technically the same. That is also the famous cell where the Baal Shem Tov and Magid their spirits came down in body vision to tell the Alter Rebbe that he should, when he gets that he'll be freed from prison, and then he should continue giving Chassidus even greater, more expansive, more elaborate way. And in fact, that is why in the Alter Rebbe's Chassidus there's a main style difference of what's known as Kodim Peterburg and Acher Peterburg. What the way Alter Rebbe said Chassidus in Torah before St. Petersburg, he was in prison, and the way he said afterwards. Before, they were very sharp, deep, pithy teachings, and which really turned people on, very ecstatic, and people would live for weeks, months, like just with these one-liners or just a few words, few sentences, paragraph tires. But thereafter, the Alter Rebbe started saying his Chassidus more at length. So most of the Mahmarim, let's say Torah and Likutei Torah, are from after St. Petersburg, the prison. But there are some here and there from before, and you could tell difference of style when they're shorter, more terse, etc. And that's right. So you came out. By the way, the story, what happened to this Misnagid is eventually, when, as we'll see, there was a second arrest 2 years later. By that time, this Misnagid himself became pro-Chassidic. Even though he didn't become 100% chassid, but he at that point, he was already turned on by the Alter Rebbe and things. And he actually helped Alter Rebbe in St. Petersburg then in 1801. Oh,
wow, I never heard this. No, never.
And not only that, when the Alter Rebbe asked him, how could I repay you? He said, I would like you go visit the three of the greatest scholars, Talmidei Chacham scholars then, and speak to them in learning and get their endorsement of your way, so to speak, And so the Alter Rebbe responded, look, I'm just leaving Petersburg and I have to first settle. That's when he moved to a new place, Liadi. It'll take some time, but he promised he will. And sometime, like within a year thereafter, so when the Alter Rebbe did go, he visited, I forget the full names. I think one was Rabbi Yeshua Schick. One was Rabbi Yoel Ma'amsterbart or something, and there was a third one. And we even have some of the Torahs and the Torah discussions that he had with these scholars. And the story is that they all, admired Alter Rebbe from that. Okay? So that's what happened. So as getting back to the first liberation, Yitzhak Kislev, 1798, which we'll call Tavkuf Nun Tes, right? So then, as I said, the government said they're still scrutinizing the Chasidim. So they were. And in fact, there was one of the governors or one of the heads of the Russian state or Senate actually visited, got to go to where the Alter Rebbe settled in Tilyazhna, and he actually didn't like what he saw, apparently. I don't know if it's because he was just in general anti-Semitic or whatever, but to him, it did seem like it is a new cult, a new movement. And as we spoke last week, that was the main concern of Tsar Paul, not that there shouldn't be any new religious movements, right? So that went on. So that then plus there was the rabbi of Pinsk. His name was Avigdor the son of Chaim, who actually took over the rabbinate of Pinsk. Who did he succeed? Does anyone know? I think I may have mentioned this last week. He took over the position of Rebbe Levi.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? Rebbe Levi Yitzchak of Barditchev. Before Rebbe Levi Yitzchak of Barditchev wound up in Barditchev, he He was the Rebbe Pinsk. Now, why Rebbe Leivik left is I don't remember exactly all the clear details. I looked at it many years ago. I don't know if he was pushed out by others or anyways he left, or be it as it may, Avigdor took over, but he didn't just take over. He paid his way for the position. And in fact, this was a big issue, not good issue, amongst the rabbinate for centuries in Europe, in the Pale Settlement. Going back, I think, even to the 1600s, all the way to the early 20th century, that it was not uncommon for rabbis to pay their way to get their position. What does it remind you of from the Mishnah about Yom Kippur, the Gemara Yom Kippur? That at some point in the Second Temple, later, wealthy Kohanes would pay the Romans to become the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, even though they knew that if they were not pure of sin, they will die in the Holy of Holies. They still went ahead and did it, and they would basically expire. But that was their great schus, as they saw it. So, anyways, this was quite scandalous. The rabbis would just.
Baruch, is there external evidence that points to this as well, outside of the?
Yeah. What do you want? Like, there were newspaper ads, even some points. The rabbi saying, "I have to leave this community. I'm broke. But if someone wants to become rabbi, take over my debt, pay it up to the community, and all that." Or just more blatant. They go to the community people, give kickbacks, whatever. So it seems like Avigdor was one of these. And I mean, there's also great halachic discussions in the Shilos V'Tshuvos about it, because a lot of the poskim said you're not allowed to do this, but a lot of there were rabbis that went ahead and did it anyways. There was a couple poskim that did defend it a bit, saying it's just like so out of hand. There is no other way to get a rabbinic position at this point, so it's already become entrenched. So it's not like you're going against whatever it is. It was not a nice whatever. So Avigdor, it seems like, and he's open when he writes to the authorities in Russia about it. He's open about it that he paid for the position. Okay, so Avigdor starts hanging out in St. Petersburg, and he makes connections with like top ministers and such, and he befriends them, and they find favor, with him, and this Avigdor starts writing entire treatises against the Chasidim, and this time taking the accusations even farther than arrest number one in 1798. Now he's openly accusing the Chasidim as being Sabbatians, Shabbat Tzviniks, and really going against halacha through and through. Now that's if you want to know what was the difference of the first libel 1798 and the second of 1800, the main difference was that the one in 1798 was mainly around money issues, as we mentioned before, or revolutionary issues, right? That they're supporting the French Revolution. The young Hasidim are stealing from their parents, their money, things like that. And parenthetically, somewhat, there's also great discussion about what is the nature of, what is the Hasidic movement, what is their attitude towards prayer and kavana and teaching and Torah and things like stipulated in that whole response that I translated. But the real part was more like, financial, political, blah, blah, blah. The second arrest was through Avigdor was more almost like theological, to make the idea that this is a new religious movement, to make that the emphasis. Again, it's mentioned in the first libel too, but here in the second libel that Avigdor goes through the details of why he and the Misnagdim maintain that the Chasidim are creating their new religious radical cult religion, right? And that is in much detail. By the way, You asked me, Yossi, last week, if the part at the end of Tanya, that famous thing that Jews do everything altruistically, but Goyim do it only selfishly, all that, and that they don't have a divine soul, right? All that thing, and then they say that Alter Rebbe just smiled. He didn't answer.
Right.
And I said last week that you don't see it in the actual interrogation or responses. However, I'm going to put the following caveat, and this is important. Amongst the papers of the materials of the allegations archives, there's like this one paper which paraphrases that whole part of Tanya, of chapter 1 and beginning chapter 2 of Tanya, in a way that makes it sound that it's anti-Gentile. Anti-Gentile, right? It sounds a little like that Seinfeld, the anti-dentite, right? That. So what I'd say is it's not clear if it mamish made it into the actual allegations, but yes, we can say that it is likely it was brought up, though we do not have any response of the Alter Rebbe to it. So maybe that explains that too.
Sure. Wow.
Okay. So just so you know that. Now, I found this in the Valensky collection on the bottom of one page. He brings this appendix of this part, this thing.
Don't forget, they might have had reason not to want to include that.
Right.
If it in fact did.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, but now that we do have the archives, it's interesting. We do see that a lot of things that we know just orally, in the oral internal Chassidus, that firstly, that a lot of it is true, but even those things that seem that they're not true fully, but you do see how it got confused. For example, the Chabad narrative of Yutis Kislev, they say that it was Avigdor who made the libel, the Mesira, for the first one, or maybe it's the second. However, now that we have the documents, it seems quite clear that the Avigdor was involved only in the second arrest and libel. And that again, that letter of libel that I showed you earlier, which is signed Hirsch ben David, and the way it's written, it seems like it wasn't even done by a scholarly Jew, let alone a rabbi. That it was a fake name, and that some people claim Avigdor was involved in that, I don't know what you want to call it forged, but that invented name and allegation somehow. But we don't have any proof that Avigdor was directly involved in the first libel.
If a person is might have been a putative individual, why does the Alter Rebbe corroborate that he in fact knew him?
What do you mean? I don't listen.
Hirsch Davidovich. It seems
he doesn't say he knows him. He just says, I don't know who he's saying this Hirsch ben David is. I just happen to know there is this Jew by the name Hirsch ben David who lives in Vitebsk, right? Liyash is in Vitebsk, but he's obviously not the same person because he's a different person. He has daughters and this and that. Basically, he was saying he doesn't have this. And again, as I mentioned last week, and you see in the documents that the authorities themselves caught on very early that this is most likely in a made-up name. But they're still going to investigate it because it's the way government bureaucracy works. Once a file is opened, you don't shut it right away. And one thing leads to the other. Okay. So another thing that I'm going to say, also, that even though it's not 100% accurate based on the documents we have, but you can see where it comes from, is the famous story is that related to that part of Tanya is that the Alter Rebbe was interrogated. He answered to 22 questions. I think this is the way the Beis Rebbe writes it. 22 questions. And the 23rd question was about that part of Tanya, and to which the Alter Rebbe smiled. So now what is this number 23? So the truth is that in the response of the first, it's the answers are not direct answers to 23. So here's the part. In the document, let me pull it up again. There are 23 parts. What is it? 23 paragraphs, which I made into like 23 mini chapters. Here, you see, here's the last one. It says Chav Beis. This is the Alter Rebbe's handwriting. Chav Gimel, and that's the last one. Okay, so the number 23 is true, but it wasn't 23 answers to 23 questions. It was 23 parts to several questions. Okay, whereas the second arrest by Avigdor, and in fact, Avigdor was there in St. Petersburg, and I was actually began with a oral disputation between Avigdor and Alter Rebbe. And because of the lack of proficiency of Russian, the Alter Rebbe had basic Russian, but not enough to articulate himself fully. So he gave certain basic answers, like his name, profession, other things in Russian. But when I get to the nuances, that is when he got permission to write it now. So when it got to that, the second arrest, the Avigdor has there 19 specific questions, and the Alter Rebbe answers in 19. For the first question, second, third, 19, up to 19. Okay? So really, there were 19 question answers, not 23. But you could see where the mistake came to think of 23, because in the document that we see, it looks like 23 responses, just because Alter Rebbe numeralized his argument, 23 parts. By the way, I was inspired from our discussion last week to start delving into and start to translate the second arrest and answers and things like related to the second arrest. It's a long project. In fact, there could be as, if not more, materials than of the first arrest. It'll take a while, but I just want to thank everyone here. I do
want to tell you that maybe before you take it on, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Manya Shachat translated at least some of it. You might know, and before you really, so you might want to see if the job's already been done. I think it's written about, an introduction to Tzivat HaRivash, I think.
Tzivat HaRivash. Right. So maybe he has some excerpted parts, but not the full thing. Okay, good. I'll look at that. If you can find it, let me know.
Sure.
Thank you. So back to our timeline. So again, in 1800, Avigdor starts his activism to rearrest Alter Rebbe. By the way, the second arrest, it's not 100% clear if it was right after Simchas Torah, again, was 2 years to the day, more or less, from the first arrest, or it was a little bit later, beginning of Kislev. But this time, it wasn't a full arrest, that like he was taken in what is known as the Schwarze Wagen, the black wagon, like taken by the authorities, arrested. By the way, there are all these interesting, even miraculous stories of the Alter Rebbe from the first arrest on his trip from Lyozhna to St. Petersburg. Miracles, so like the boat stopping, the wagon stopping, the moon, where he said it. That's for another time. The difference of his arrest the second time was that he was not taken fully against his will. He actually negotiated with the authorities, both locally and with certain authorities in St. Petersburg, that he'll come by his own volition at a designated date that they want him there. He'll travel by himself. A. B, he won't put in actual prison, but he'll be under house arrest in a house in St. Petersburg. Okay? And so that's what happened. So the second arrest wasn't as severe than the first arrest, like physically for the Alter Rebbe. However, spiritually in a way was more intense, because the second one was attacking again the very foundations and more deeper of the nature of Chassidus itself. Okay, so he spends some weeks there, from again sometime in Kislev, a couple of weeks, and again he replies to Avigdor's allegations, and then in the middle of Hanukkah. Some say the third night of candle, night of Hanukkah. Some say the fifth night. The Alter Rebbe was, quote unquote, freed. What does it mean? Freed meant that he was allowed to leave the house. He wasn't under house arrest anymore, but he still could not leave St. Petersburg because they still want to follow up on him. Okay, so now he's in St. Petersburg, living there. So it goes from then Hevesh Shvat Ad. Then sometime beginning of Nisan before Pesach, what happens? Political intrigue. Tsar Paul I, I think, was assassinated. That is its own story. If you want to look, basically, Tsar Paul was such a micromanager and in a way certain ineffectual, and just his personality. He didn't get along with people, and he was like very stubborn and things that his inner circle just were fed up by him, and they just wanted to get rid of him. So they assassinated him in I think it was in the Hermitage in the palace. And who succeeds him? His son, Alexander. I think he's the first. I don't recall if Paul is the first, second, or Alexander is the first or second, whatever it is. Alexander was it was almost the opposite of his father. Alexander was more like his grandmother, Catherine the Great, Yekaterina. And it was more into liberal, democratic ideals, the idea of the human spirit, more compassionate, what have you. So what happened was that the Chasidim worked it through. You know, the story, I mean, this is, again, I don't know if it's in the documents. I didn't go through it recently thoroughly. Again, I don't think it's, I think this is more hearsay, which is that the Chasidim, through their hishtadlus, or through their working the government, the inner, chambers, got, the way the czars would work is that he would begin the new reign, or she would begin the new reign with commuting a sentence to show that he's all, or she's all compassionate, right? So they worked it through that the Alter Rebbe's thing should be the first one to be commuted. And that is how the Alter Rebbe was now officially free. I mean, the added hearsay is that Alexander said then or thereafter that they wasted this first commutation on the Alter Rebbe, because he, being this open person, a liberal person, would have commuted the Alter Rebbe anyways if it wasn't the first. Okay? So that's basically what's happening. But even so, the Alter Rebbe still remained in St. Petersburg for a few more months. To finish working things out, to make sure everything is settled and cleared. He also befriended one of the main princes of Petersburg that also owned land outside, and worked it through with this. I think it was Lyuba Minsky, was one of the top, most famous ministers or politicians in the Russian court. He's even mentioned later by the second Lubavitcher Rebbe's times, I think. And Libermitsky actually saw even the financial benefit of having a Hasidic court in his territory. It's good for business and other things. So he gave real estate in Liadi, the town Liadi, for the Alter Rebbe to go from St. Petersburg. The Chasidim in Liazh were very upset that they're losing their Rebbe from there. In fact, the Alter Rebbe was born in Liazh, like he was from Liazh, it was his hometown. But obviously, because of the conditions here to leave and what have you, the Alter Rebbe went to Liadi. When was that? In the summer of 1801. Okay, and with that, all the arrests finished and all the oppositions officially from the government against Chasidim finished, and even amongst Misnagdim against Chasidim, it became apparent that the Misnagdim don't have any real political weight anymore. And there were also some smaller things that the government sided with local Hasidic communities against the Misnagdim of those cities or towns. That Hasidim are allowed to make their own minyanim and things like that. So now the Misnagdim did not intervene as much anymore. And by the next decade, so Hasidism flourished now from the early 1800s, from 1801 and on. And by the time of the Napoleonic Wars of 1812, 1813, until the Congress of Vienna, which is 1815, that it was already now, you could say, the height of the wars between Hasidim and Misnagdim subsided substantially. There were still critiques here and there, such as by, for example, Chaim Volozhiner, the main student of Vilna Gaon, who worked together with the Chasidim. In fact, he was even in things with Alter Rebbe himself. Alter Rebbe mentions doing certain activity things with Chaim Volozhiner, and mentioned very respectfully. But as we know, Chaim Volozhiner wrote Nefesh HaChaim book, which is a response to Alter Rebbe's Tanya. So whatever disputes remain were more intellectual, more abstract. It didn't have to do with actual real politic. So that is the gist of this timeline. You could call it at least like 30 years of.
Would it be correct to say, Baruch, that according to the Misnagdim account, it wasn't Reb Chaim, but it was Reb Itcha that he had a relationship with?
Later, Reb Itcha was the Tzemach Tzedek. Right. So there was the rabbinic conference of 1843. Tzemach Tzedek went to St. Petersburg for a few months, and Reb Itcha Volozhin was also there. Yes. And then from then on, the Misnagdim and Chasidim, what it had to do with certain practical things, especially vis-a-vis the government, worked together. Just one more note: what happened, ironically or not, as the conflict between Chasidim and Misnagdim dissipated, it was precisely that time where the internal conflicts amongst different Hasidic Rebbes and groups took on real force. And that was the beginning of all the splittings of Hasidic groups, and this, you have your way, my way, this. And when all these other people like Abraham Kalsker, Baruch Mezhebuzer, Abderov, others came out against Alter Rebbe, again, a lot of it had to do with his new approach of how to teach Chassidus, learn Chassidus. Some of it, it's a little crass to say because we're talking about Rebbe. Some of it may have even been a little bit like jealousy. And Alter Rebbe was the one who was there that took on all the weight of all the fights and was actually arrested and was like now the celebrity, the hero for the Chasidim. And whereas these other Rebbes are just doing their thing wherever they are. Could be, not to be too grub. But so you could see how this is all connected. All right, so that timeline and discussion went a little bit longer than I realized, and we're already after 2 on the West Coast. But I would like to at least finish that. At least we see a little primary text, as we like to do here on this. So what I'll do is just share a little bit from that early part, from the first excommunication of 1772. And if there's interest, I don't know if we're doing a program next week, but the next time we do, if there's interest, we could delve back into more of the primary materials. Okay, so here, let me see where I have it. I'm just going to open it up here again. Okay. So I'm going to share screen now. So Harvey, I hope you're still up and following, because I know this really interests you too, in addition to Yossi, in addition to Aaron and Jonathan and all that. If anyone does have a quick question or comment, now's the time on what we just went through. Otherwise, we'll just delve for a few minutes into some primary text here. Okay, so this is that pamphlet I told you. Zamir Aritzim Acharvei Sturim. Let me mute myself a moment. Okay. Let's hear it. The Zamir Aritzim, again, to trim the wild stems and to tear whatever thorns away, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This is the intro. It seems like the person who put this together, published it, was a writer, a scribe of Brody and Misnagdim. So the gist of it is not his own words. It's the actual cherem and excommunication materials, but he does add here and there his own stuff. Okay. It's printed in Alexanish, which was near Brody, if I recall. Okay. Here. So this is the letter that was written 8 of the year 1772. I was asked without being the man without being asked, who am I to open my mouth, talk about what's going on with the despicable things that are happening amongst the Jewish community? But the Nagidim, the leaders of the community, have taken on to bring order, to reinforce, or say to fence in the wild breakouts of Israel, meaning that whoever was coming out with this excommunication against Chasidim is to rein back in the Judaism to the original normal way that it was until then. He said, because we heard terrible things, those that make themselves holy and pure, but really are just ordinary, meaning chulin, they're like the regular, make it. And what do? That they dress with wool. Yeah, by the way, a lot of these texts, both from the Misnagdim and letters by the Alter Rebbe, is laden with paraphrases from Tanakh and Talmud, and they're using it both to make their argument. They paraphrase. So you have to be quite learned in the corpus of Jewish foundational texts to really get what's going on. And sometimes they'll even change the wording from the original to make an emphasis, or a shtech, as we say. So you say, so this idea that Adair Sayer is speaking about the prophet Eliyahu, who wore special garments, but he's saying here that they're wearing like show-offy clothing, like the false prophets. This actually is coming from Zechariah. And what is this related to? Just so one of the allegations against the Chasidim, you'll see in the next line, is that they wear white. We wear white garments. The students at Arizal, I think, already were doing it, but it wasn't in Europe. Everyone would wear regular black, I suppose. But Chasidim started being like Jewish renewal people on Shabbat, start wearing white. Okay. And they said, and they call themselves Chasidim and holier than thou. They're really black, but they wear white. And make the gold, they cover up their clay, like low grade innerness. They cover it with these covers of gold. These are all paraphrases that they're changing to make their argument. And really, they hide their serpents under their garments, and they're igniting the fires of wrath against blah blah blah. And here comes what you could say. There's many arguments against Chasidim. Last week we mentioned some. Hopefully in the future we'll mention others. Let's keep it on the aim. It's the shechita, this and that. But the number one argument of all is that they don't respect Torah study. They're doing things a bittul Torah. They belittle the importance of learning Torah, and that they belittle the scholars. Right. So that's what he says right here. That our hearts are melting, meaning falling apart, hearing about all the bittul Torah, the neglect of studying Torah and serving that is spreading, is heard throughout our domains. Who's trying to get in now? Oh, Jonathan. Okay. And he, again, all this flourishing language. Just skipping to the main, their main accusations. Here again, they abnegate the study of Torah in public. With Perkin El Torah, cast away the yoke of Torah from their necks, and from their youth and children, and also from those that are first of royalty, who are meaning the rabbis. Because to darken the halls of study. And they say that study is not important, only action. and yada yada. And again, that they've been neglectful. They were pyrik olam al tavarim. They cast off the world from their necks. And they go around and shake, and they say that every day that Hem forbid to spend too much all your days studying Torah, but you spend your days on avoda, on service, zut tefillah, and prayer. So again, that their argument was that the Chasidim are making prayer more important than Torah study. And the other accusation is that they say here is and that the Chasidim say you're not allowed to be melancholy. You're not allowed to be sad. This accusation actually pops up decades later in Avigdar's claims when the Tzavas Rivash is published, where it's published in the name of Hashem that one is to be always happy. And Avigdar writes, what are you talking about? We know there are times that you have to be sad and all that. It's not just one big happy-go-lucky thing, this Judaism, always happy, yada, yada. No, you have to be serious, somber, and all that. So that was another accusation. They say that these Chassidim are always making jokes and always like happy.
Levity.
What again? What are you saying?
Levity, basically.
Levity, yes. Levity is more of, okay, good.
Now that you're mentioning this, Baruch, I want to say I for sure do remember that Emmanuel Shachar translated this very text. I have to find it exactly, but that's where
I am just saying, I'm saying this idea is brought down multiple times from different accusations. I don't know if this is specific, but yeah. And the way you're describing Emmanuel Shachar, it sounds like he's excerpting relevant passages for whatever he's writing. But I don't think the whole thing from beginning to end has ever been translated into English. For example, this and other documents. But please, if you find the Emmanuel Shachat stuff on it, I'd love to see it. And then what's the Chas v'shalom? And they say Chas v'shalom to be pain or be suffering for transgressing any avera that you did, because you don't want to come to atzvos, to melancholy, to depression. So they say the claim is that the Chasidim say if you did an avera, don't take it too heavy, serious. Because more important not to be sad and feel bad about yourself. That's more important than even the sin itself. Meaning to be happy is more important than even feeling really bad for whatever mess.
Which is kind of true. Chasidim do say that. In essence.
We'll see if you have patience. Eventually, we're going to see the Alter Rebbe's response to this to Avigdor. Basically, in short, Alter Rebbe says that's not true. That basically we agree that there are times to be serious and somber and all that, and that what says in Tzavas Rivash is not a carte blanche thing. It's just a general attitude, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't take your sins seriously. Okay, that's it. And then what's the next accusation? The Talmud Shayin Kaiden Tfilas and Shayis Shtaim Sheim Harbe Adav Ezman Zmanseim Shakishma V'Afshat Tfilah. And they spend so much time before prayer. It's also a play on the Gemara term Shtaim Sheim Arba, 2 that are 4. The Gemara Shabbos, he's saying 2 that are many, meaning they spend at least 2 or more hours before prayers, just doing what we call hachanas, preparations. Basically saying even if they get up early enough, they don't daven right away. They're always doing their hachanas and that it's stretching out till they actually could be missing the halachic time when you're supposed to say Krishma, which whatever these days I think is like 9 a.m. I think, or sometime in between 9 and 10, and also prayer. Prayer is a little bit later than say Siman Krishma. And this too, by the way, Yossi, is I wouldn't say it's true. Like Chasidim are like from Chasidim are makpid, important about Siman Krishma and even Tefillah, but we know at least from prayer, it's known that people daven after. Since daven shachas after the time of prayer, at least till chatzos, till midday, and some even after chatzos. If you go into 770 certain days, you'll see it. Right? And now here's an interesting other accusation. I don't think you know about you heard of this one. And they linger, they waste their time, their days by smoking. By exhaling, bellowing out smoke from their mouths. that these Chasidim are big tobacco smokers. They're spending their time. And we know that Baal Shem Tov himself was a big tobacco smoker. It says in the Shivchei Baal Shem Tov, he had his lilka, his pipe, and it was even interpreted as great holy avoda work, and even like the Ketorah, the incense of the Beit HaMikdash, the temple. And you'll hear, listen to this day, that there were certain rabbis that smoked, and they'll say, there's a vart in the Rogatchover, said it about the Rebbe Rashab, about when he smokes on Yom Tov, because there's some people say maybe you shouldn't smoke on Yom Tov. The Rebbe Rashab was very into not smoking Rosh Hashanah, but if it was Pesach or Shavuos, not Shabbos, he would smoke. So someone brought this up to the Rogatchover. How could the Rogatchover said, "Well, you talk about the Rebbe. The Rebbe smoking is not just regular smoking. It's like the Keteris in the base of Mikdash." Yeah. So now they can the allegation to the Zev is Allah. So by them disparaging Torah study in favor of prayer, tefillah, what eventually happened is they lost out on both. They neglect Torah day to day. And also their prayer is invalid. They daven in the right time. They're not doing it the right way. And as we mentioned from the first arrest allegation, when we brought down also their wild way of body movements when they pray. Right? But here he explains it even more. That supposedly there was this allegation. This doesn't seem to be true. That the Chasidim would say that when you pray, you should not concentrate on the actual meaning, Pirush HaMilos, the meaning of the words, but that is seen as like an external force, thought, Machshav Zara, that's entering. But you should just say the words, and maybe even do the Lurianic kavanot for it. But the Pirush HaMilos itself is actually a distraction from the prayer itself. Again, I think this part of it is that this point is not true, is made up. Okay. And let's go on. And they teach their children, the youth, to be wild ones in their prayers, like the vagabonds. And here's we're going to go to what we mentioned before about the year 1770. Because this is again a quote from Chumash Devarim. In fact, it says that's a generation that's topsy-turvy. They're a topsy-turvy, overturned, turned upside down generation. And they roll over, they turn over. This is an obvious reference to what we mentioned before, the kulas, the somersaults that the Kalaskers were doing in 2 years before in 1770. You say, and they're doing these wild acrobatic somersaults in their prayer or whatever, like aliens and Gentiles do. Their feet, their head down and their feet up. Hanishma, have you ever heard or seen such apicursus like this? And their religion is different from all other Jewish paths. This is a paraphrase from Megillah, right? They do not follow the proper way of Hashem. And they make their own like cabals, clans to leave. And this is a reference to making their own minyanim. Chasidim, because they already had their own nusach, they had their own way of style of davening, they started getting together in certain people's homes, Chasidim's homes, and make their own minyanim. That was a main allegation from here, 1772, all the way till what came out against the Vilna Gaon's passing in 1797, 8, and what have you, 7, 8. That they're separating from the community. What's called al tifresh min hatzibur. You're not allowed to separate from the community, and they're making their own minyan. And it's not just making their own minyan, but these are minyanim lazim min hagar yishayim, to leave the customs of yore, like the well found, trend, the minhagim that all of Jewry follows. Va'ivrim gvul shegavlu rishayim mitfilos, and they cross the boundaries of that the first, the Rishonim set up of how to pray. And everyone's following their voice, what they're saying. The masses are following them. And they also stop in the middle of their prayers. They make half six interruptions during. And they ridicule, they shame those that do focus on studying Torah, the Holy Torah. But Talmud, they're always involved with jokes and frivolities and hilulus. This is called levity. Hilulus is deeper. It means like just total superficial. Like in Elik Savas Darche. And there's a famous joke about this, like that there's a bunch of ingrates. I'm looking at some of the chat here. You're saying it's right, not compliant, but it's quoted at length in his intro. Okay, thank you. I'll look at that. Right. So the joke goes that when you read the Megillah Purim, it's all a happy tune. When you come to these parts, let's say you do a couple verses in the tune of Tisha B'Av, right? So you leave to a more somber, sad tune. So the question is, why do you do it? So they asked the Misnagdim, why do you do it? To bring the Tisha B'Av tune in the middle of Purim? His answer is, because you have to be a little bit simcha, because that's simcha for Misnagdim, right? So then the question is, if so, you should have the whole Megillah read it like Tisha B'Av. To which the Misnagdim answered, nah, that's hilulus. That's way too far. Okay. This letter goes on. I'm feeling to pause here for now, and maybe we'll pick up a little bit more another time. I just wanted you to get a feel of it. And what I am flipping to the next page, so you just could see that who is validating it. Until there arose in our city, in this great city of Israel, of Vilna, and the leaders decided to take on the zealotry against these against the Chasidim by including the Av Bezdin, the head of the court, the din. That was, I think, Shmuel Victor, we mentioned before, yes. And it said, "Uberayisham ateres sheinu mereinu rabbeinu ner yoyid amud what's the lashon patich hatzela hagoyin hamiti hamakubal haakri asher shmei neidu b'shar bas rabim kvoid shem tifate tulasim mola haaretz ha'ir michleidi mereinu harab Eliyah chassid v'ana." This 3 lines of honorific titles to say that the Vilna Gaon himself is supporting this. To do what? To persecute them, to chase them fully. And it goes on. It goes on. Again, this is a long letter, relatively. And then it ends off by the person who's copying it, because this letter was sent from Vilna to Brud. The scribe in Brud is copying it. And then he's adding his own 2 cents in the very end, how the community in Brud was all shooken up from this letter. And then the community in Brud itself comes out with their own edict just a couple weeks later, at the Yerid, at the marketplace, when all the regular masses of Jews congregate, for business. And this is their chayrim, their announcement, proclamation. And if you see here, it's written more a mix of Yiddish, Old Yiddish, and Hebrew, because it's now this is for the masses. Listen, and here they make the claim in language that's more accessible to the masses, again, without all these Talmudic and Chumash and Tanakh references, to the point that they're making this chayrim against the Chasidim. Okay? So again, obviously there's more to go through, but I just want to give you a little taste, at least for now, what we're talking about. All right, so I'm going to go out of screen share. I think this is a good time to sort of wind down a bit. If anyone has any more comments, Aaron's just sent a chat. I'm trying to better understand the mindset of the fear reflected in this document. It's not the same as that given over to Frankists. Is it? Why? Could be. Well, Frankists run-in with the Chasidim was a little bit earlier in the late 1750s. But the Frankists were flourishing during this period, 1770s. I think Jacob Frank was still being in prison. I forget how many years he was in prison. It was like more than 10 years, maybe 18 years. I forget exactly. He may have just gotten out. I don't know. So, I mean, as we'll see, as I mentioned, that later on, the accusation was Chassidim are Sabbatians. And just so you know, earlier on, when it wasn't so clear who the Frankists are, now we look at it as a separate movement, heretical movement from the Sabbatians. But earlier on, it wasn't clear that they were that distinguishable. So therefore, for example, there's some things that Yaakov Emden, who was one of the greatest anti-Sabbatians and wrote a lot against the Sabbatians, certain things that he writes against the Sabbatians actually could have been against the Frankists, not, but be it as it may, you could say the subtext here, even if it doesn't say overtly, the subtext is that, yes, that we are here to keep control of the Jewish community, that no more heresy should spread through it like the Sabbatians or the Frankists, okay? Yeah, okay. Any, I'm just looking at the chats if there's anything more. I'm not sure what you're saying about Isidore Epstein earlier, Yossi. I don't know.
Aaron corrected me about the difference between pantheism. I misspelled
right.
it. I know that there is a difference.
Right. If you want to see a little bit more about the difference, look at the introduction of Louis Jacobs to his translation of the Mittler Rebbe's Punchasi Spilus, which is translated as Tract on Ecstasy.
Oh, wow. He did that? Wow.
Tract on Ecstasy. He has a long introduction, and he'll go through there. He'll give the description, and he also brings down from non-Jewish theologians who says similar notions, things like that.
He's incredibly erudite, that guy.
Well, yeah, somewhat, though he wasn't, he was one of those that straddled both the academia and the rabbinate.
He became so controversial at one point that
he was what the closest Great Britain or the British Commonwealth got to the conservative movement, like Masarti.
Even maybe more radical, because he actually questioned the whole idea of maybe the divine revelation.
Yeah, I don't know the fully deal. I think there were different periods that he was going through. Yeah. But I think he was running Jews College for a while. So until he got to, let's call it to the left.
And by the way, incidentally, Isidore Epstein, I think, filled his seat after him.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I just, is it right if I ask a question?
Yeah, quickly, and hopefully I could give a quick answer.
Just, in terms of, in the spirit of like critique and inquiry, the idea that's sort of put in the mouths of the Chasidim, or in this case the Misnagdim, that the Chasidim are all about happiness and joy, and the Misnagdim being all about suffering and self. It would seem kind of a little baffling, because if you see, I don't know if you ever read, but like the beginning of the Mesilas Yesharim, which is like the primary text of the Litvaks, completely condemns like asceticism, that kind of like what do you call it?
Somberness.
No, but even that, yes, and to some extent like rolling in the snow, all that
right
self-negation stuff. So right. I was always wondering about that. And on the flip side, also, and I've also seen it in very Misnagdic Litvish sources that depression in effect could be of the Yetzer Hara, could be the willies of the Yetzer Hara.
From Misnagdic, sorry. That's why it would have been good to have Alan Nadler here tonight, because he would have filled us in possibly in that respect. I'm not well acquainted enough to know the details of.
I do. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, the Nefesh HaChaim, and you can see it inside, which is we discussed as Chaim Volozhin, a student of the Vilna Gaon, writes that there are many times that people want to give up divine service because they're so depressed, they feel worthless. I've seen it. He says I've seen it in Rishonim, Achronim, all over. That this can very well be like, or is the Yetzer Hara. He says something to that effect. It sounds like almost that Chasidim.
Yeah, I haven't looked at Nefesh HaChaim in a while. Maybe I'll go back and look at it to find it. So thank you very much. That's very important what you're pointing out. Like how, like these stereotypes we have of Misnagdim itself may not be really so 100% true or always applies to everyone. Certain. And what comes out of these debate disputes and texts going back and forth is there's certain, let's just say, incomplete impressions of one side to the other, and therefore accusations.
Sure.
That and like we know in the sophist way of debate, that to take a position, you respond or take a position to the extreme of the other. And then when you debate it, then you fine tune it to find what you really mean. But when you're arguing, the counter argument is usually opposing the argument to as extreme as possible. And then the one who started the argument will say, "What do you mean? It's not so. There's change like this and that. It does that." To which the counter arguer will respond, "No, you're right, and this and that." But I didn't mean, But they want to make their point where their starting points are. So you can find it in here too. And honestly, there's certain things, even from Alter Rebbe's accusations against the Vilna Gaon, some of it doesn't seem to have been really 100% so. So too, Misnagdim against the Chasidim, certain things, and hopefully we'll go through this. So let me ask you: do you guys like this? Would you want to continue, like at the end of the classes, going into more of these materials and getting into the whole thing? Some people like history and stuff, other people don't.
I love it.
I think
you love it. Amazing. Yes.
Okay, great. And Yossi for sure does. I think it seems like Aaron's into it. Jonathan's been responding, so I assume he is too. And Steve, as we say in the Gemara, Shtika Kaidah, his silence is admission. He's so thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in again. And it's good that it went on this late, because actually I was able to break through with my psychological mindset to forget that I'm not well 100%, and therefore through and just push it through, and go away. Maybe it's actually this is healing me. Maybe I should continue doing this every night. I should do this. I'll get better right away. Okay. Thank you again, everyone. Good Shabbos. Happy Hanukkah. Everyone, good Shabbos.
Just one last night.
Yeah.
That I posted this link here of Rav Soloveitchik.
Let me. Where is it? It's a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, a little earlier.
YouTube? No, that's the same thing.
It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's YouTube.
It's at 1:40 a.m. Is it that one?
It is this one. I'll repost it. Copy. He's discussing the whole debate, and he's one of
is this the one you sent me a few weeks ago? I started listening. I listened to a good part of that one. Yeah, good. But again, he's coming from more just like his rabbinic talking. He's not like what we're doing is going more to the hardcore.
Of course, way more detail. In essence, he kind of says that there were like rabble rousers and psychopaths on both sides.
Yeah,
that's how it
basically. That's the stuff. By the way, last night I wound up at a dear friend's bar mitzvah for his son, and he's like echt litvak, if you want to call it, and his friends too. They're all, and I found myself the bar mitzvah, the whole thing, just talking about Chasidim, Misnagdim, even defending Chasidim to an extent, and they're coming out. And I shared with them the story we said before about getting stuck in the Misnagdim's house for 6 hours. Saying that this feels a little like, but it was great. But I'll tell you again that the spirit these days, the people are way more loving to each other on both ends. But I'll tell you, this one person who calls himself Misnagid, the Misnagid, actually, he doesn't like Chasidim now. He says the Chasidim now are reverting back to their earliest Chasidim, like with these allegations. It's just that no Torah study. It's all just about loving God. Thank you, Hashem, and this, and just being all emotional, ecstatic. So it's this big turnoff for him. He's like, he's saying it's, I told him, as long we don't go back to fighting like we did then.
Who is this guy?
You don't know.
Okay, fine. In any event, if you want one other perspective, this is really interesting. There's a great nephew of the Satmar Rebbe. He's quite a whacked out, radical, like anti-Zionist guy. His name is Yaakov Shapiro. And
he's actually right, and he's not a fuchas. He's actually coming from the literature about.
Right, you're right.
They use the Satmar uses him as the token Litvak to speak about anti-Zionism, right?
Sure, but he has this whole lecture about the Baal Shem Tov, the difference between the Quran and the Baal Shem. Of course, he's such a chnak that he has to whatever. It's like sheker b'chazav that the Chasidim were all about, that the Misnagdim were all about terror study, and that's it. Anyway, whatever. There's much to be said about that, but he does quote an interesting early Hasidic Rebbe that Hashem in essence needed both. I forget which discourse was, that he needed both Hasidim and Misnagdim.
Right. Yeah. I maybe Rabbi Epstein, the Makar Baruch, brings it down.
Could be
something. Yeah. And I hear the guy, and as we see, there is truth there, and that is the objective truth. At the same time, as we see from these texts, there were the stereotypes from early on. So we're saying, of course, stereotypes are not 100% true, but then there are true stereotypes.
Right.
So these are the true stereotypes, even though it really is way more subtle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And again, Yossi, if you want to reach out during the week or something, time permitting, we can follow up, continue the discussion. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lena, for tuning in. Great to see you. And everyone, again, good Shabbos. Lena, good Shabbos. Good Shabbos. Aaron, good Shabbos. Shabbos. Jonathan, good Shabbos. Good Shabbos. Yossi, good Shabbos. Good Shabbos. Zamira, Rivka, good Shabbos. Good Shabbos. Steve Zusha, good Shabbos. And happy Hanukkah to everyone, too, and Dana from before, and everyone else, like Harvey and others who tuned in before. Everyone says, have a glorious Shabbos and happy Hanukkah. Okay. Bye, everyone in Facebook land. We're tuning out there.